The quest to pick this trophy up begins once more. 12 weeks of qualifying competition has come and gone. And the king on the last two occasions isn't going to make it a hat-trick. The coronation for the Nuke Luke Littler has been put on hold. He was eliminated in the qualifying stages. Only 3 players have picked up this title before, and 1 man is looking to join Littler in the 2-win club. Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 champion, is looking to do it again. Is it his time again? He's already picked up this trophy once. He's looking to do it again. A very good morning, everyone, from Portsmouth for the beginning of Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, where 5th champion is going to be crowned. I mean, it couldn't be Champions Week without having the voice of Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. A very good morning to the asset, Paul Nicholson. Conan Whitehead was the first name on this trophy, and when he won his week, he said it was going to be Co, 2-time champion.
Sometimes he does follow through on these big promises, and we haven't seen him for a while because he qualified early in the campaign, but he's got a lot of great dart players in his way. But when Co wants to do something, it usually happens. So he will be one of the favourites this week because he knows how to do it.
We'll talk about the runners and riders in just a second, but as we are at Champions Week, just a few thoughts and reflections on Series 5 in general and how we've got to this point, because it's quite a cosmopolitan mix that we've got this time around.
I think this is a series that everybody involved, players, people who promote this, you know, even ourselves, we can be really proud of it because the introduction of ADC Europe and the influx of more ADC players domestically as well have made the standard go up. And I think we need to tip our hat to someone who is going to be here this week in Daryl Pilgrim, who's taken the standard to another level. We did tip it as commentators that maybe the average record was going to be taken. We didn't think it would be taken by a losing game and then usurped by his own performance later in the week. But I think this series has been spectacular, and this finale that we're going to have over the next few days, it could be very fitting for it.
We're bound to talk about Daryl Pilgrim as the week goes on. These are the 12 players that are going to be participating at Champions Week, and it was the middle of August when Matt Clark sealed his place through to this week. And it was just a couple of days ago that Steve West, emotionally on that stage, picked up that hat-trick of weekly titles. No one's ever done that before.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how Matt Clark earlier in the year got back-to-back Champions Weeks, and we've seen people like Pilgrim make 3 Champions Weeks now, but for someone to do it back-to-back-to-back, I think now there's only one thing missing for Steve. He knows it. I think everybody around him is going to remind him of it this week, is that series title that he desperately craves before the end of this year, that would cap off what has been a remarkable 2023 for someone who lost their tour card at the beginning of the year. And it just goes to show there's life outside the PDC Tour, and maybe this is the vaulting platform now to get yourself back to where you want to be.
So those are the runners and riders this week. This is how the week's going to pan out. These are the groups that are in play. Group A is what we're going to see on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday if you're new to us here at the Super Series. The top player will automatically progress through to Champions Night on Saturday evening. The 2nd and 3rd place players will drop into Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And then the 4th, 5th and 6th place players in Group A will drop into Group C. The Group A is going to be our focus and attention today. Who stands out on that list for you?
It's tough, because we know that the favourite for the week is Pilgrim based on form when he was here and what he's done since. But I think if you look at the previous Champions Week, you saw what Jeroen Meerk did in taking momentum from week 12 into the Champions Week. You've got to look at Steve West, I guess. I think someone like Steve, who is continuously doing things the hard way, he's ripe for doing something slightly easier, albeit with some big company in his midst. I think everybody's going to be looking at the Week 12 winner at this stage, but the next 3 days are going to be very, very tough.
Well, let's see what the bookies make of this group first and foremost. This is the Group A outright betting, and they can't split Conan White, and they can't split Sebastian Białowski, who is the man that denied Luke Littler the opportunity at winning this trophy for a 3rd time.
I suppose you could call Sebastian the Brock Lesnar of the Super Series because he's the streak breaker. But to have him at 2nd favourite, I think that's a bit of a bold call by the odds compilers, considering his route to actually winning his week. He went through Group C. So he didn't win Group A when it came to his winning week. So I think you look at a little bit further on the outside there, you might look at someone like Andreas Harrison, who has got great energy and endurance. And he's going to like these conditions because it's a little chilly here in Portsmouth over the next few days. And I think he's more in tune with the chilliness than anybody else.
In terms of Sebastian, we saw in the week that he won his coolness and his calmness under pressure. And when the week goes on and that trophy and that £20,000 comes into the rearview mirror, could that composure in those moments where maybe others may feel the sense of occasion possibly play into his hands?
I think sometimes hunger comes into it. I think depending on what you've done in your career, this week will tell us where you are right now. And sometimes you need to dig really deep and say to yourself, have you done this before? If you have, then you'll think that your fingerprints are going to be on this again. But if you haven't, there's always going to be that little bit of doubt saying, have I got enough in the tank right now? Well, we're going to find out pretty soon.
Well, that is Group A. Let's see how this week pans out in general and what the bookies think is going to happen. It's perhaps not a surprise that Daryl Pilgrim goes off as the 3-1 favourite, considering that his form when he qualified here and considering that his form elsewhere on the PDC circuit, on the Pro Tour circuit as well in 2023.
Not at all. He is the favourite, and I don't think anybody can refute that. But then again, we are talking about someone who hasn't won this just the same way as Steve West and everybody else here this week. Only Conan Whitehead has done it before. And you might say it's just another week, but it's a week full of people who have done it recently. And Conan is the one who's got his fingerprints on this trophy. It's not the weekly one. It's a bigger trophy. So when you look at some of the outsiders, the one that really piques my interest based on current form outside of this is Rob Grundy. I look at some of his numbers on the Pro Tour, I look at some of his performances. His confidence has never been this good. And if you're looking for an outsider, he's the one.
And then you look at the likes of Matt Clark and Jim McEwen that come in later on in the week. They know what it's like to get through to a Champions Night. How important could experience be on a week like this?
I think experience will pay dividends in making Saturday. You look at the likelihood of someone like Clark and McEwen making a Saturday in a Champions Week, the odds are good. And maybe the ability to say, I'm going to do that again in your own head before you've even thrown a dart is an important thing. But don't discount the people who haven't done that before because they don't have any emotional scarring when it comes to Champions Week. It's a fresh challenge and they will feel little pressure compared to the people who've done it before.
Right, back to today, and let's see what the bet builder is saying about today's action. It's an ambitious one today. It pays just over 12 to 1. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series this week, it is 18 plus at begambleaware.org. Steve West in the player 180 markets against Conan White. To be honest, there could be a lot of 180s in that game. Sebastian Białowski again in that market against Rob Grundy, and then Whitehead against Białowski. This could be a maxathon this week.
It could, and if you look at Whitehead and West, when they're playing their best, they really do pound in the maximums. I like that at 5-4. I think that's a really good one. I think Białowski against Whitehead, again with Conan going for 2 180s or more, I like it. Middle one, not so much, because Grundy and Białowski, with Białowski being the kind of player he is, yes, he does get the odd maximum, but does he get them to the same degree as the others? I don't. So of the three, that one is the most sketchy.
Matt Denon involved in our first game then against Andreas Harrison. Just quickly on Matt, he's waited so long to get this weekly crown and to have this opportunity to play on this stage. And he's going to relish every single moment of this, isn't he? Yeah,
I think the most important thing for Matt is that he can carry the confidence from week 11 into this Champions Week. He's only had a week to wait. So you say he's had a long wait for getting the title, but he hasn't had the big wait to come back. It's not like Matt Clark, who's had to wait the best part of 2.5 months. I think having that confidence and coming into it will play a big part for Matt this week.
He takes on Andreas Harrison in the first game of Champions League. There's worse ways of spending your Monday morning, isn't there? And so here we go. The journey begins once more. Who is going to be crowned the champion in Series 5 here at the MODUS Super Series? Paul Nicholson, the voice of Champions Week, is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action with the voice of the Super Series in general. It's a very good morning to Chris Murphy.
A very good morning, Henry. A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Champions Week at MODUS Super Series 5. And as the boys on the balcony discuss, Matthew Denon coming in as the Week 11 winner. Just a couple of weeks ago, a week back at home, changing nappies. He just celebrated the birth of a newborn. Pocketed £5,000, that'll go a long way. Looking to add another 20,000, the man from Walsall, twice a winner on the Challenge Tour in PDC darts. He takes on the week 7 winner, Andreas Harrison from Sweden. Not the only Swede in the field this week either. The 48-year-old, nicknamed Dirty Harrison.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Owen Binks.
Game on.
Taking care of proceedings on the stage. And the first dart of Champions Week has been thrown. Matthew Dennett will have wanted to forget it.
81.
Drifting into the 5. Little early nervy one, but recovered well with the second. And it's going to be a week that crosses Halloween. Ends just before bonfire night. And I'm sure we'll see plenty of scares, shocks, and fireworks
60.
over the course of the next 6 days of action here in Portsmouth. But will it be one of those explosive types of players, like, say, Conan Whitehead, who we'll see in the next game, who takes it? Or will it be one of these sort of serene types that I think you could so describe both Matt Dennett and
95.
Andreas Harrison? And that's kind of how they went through their weeks, Paul Nicholson. Silent assassins.
Yeah, I think certain players throughout the course of a weekly campaign,
100.
they get a reputation, don't they, for the kind of player that they are. I think you look at someone like Dennett, who has been a bit of a stalwart of the Super Series in the last couple of years.
133.
Without success. He's been very close. But we could look at some of the numbers that they posted in their week
100. Mate,
and classify them as a bit more spectacular than maybe their reputation is. We can get onto that in leg number 2.
83.
There may just be a few sketchy darts at the start of our session. People just embedding themselves into Champions Week because the anticipation, whether it's
60.
2.5 months
Mate, require 49.
or 24 hours, it will be there. They'll want to get a good start.
Well, you mentioned the odd nervy dart. He threw his first one into 5. He's thrown the first one of this finish in the 3. And such a quizzical look from the scholar there.
13. Andreas
Almost
require
like he'd
130.
been given a puzzle that he was unable to solve. And Harrison does something very similar. Well, Paul Nicholson has played in big tournaments on big
38.
stages and knows about nerves at the start of them. Is that what we're witnessing here?
I think we might be.
18. Andreas require
92 for the first
92.
leg. He might just stay on that line. I think that's a mistake. I think with the way he stacks the darts, I think that was a prime candidate for a shot at 60 and double 6.
39.
Yeah, both players just
18.
feeling their way into this, needing to shake off some early nervousness, needing to kind of thaw out a little bit.
Matt Dennett.
The cold start to Champions Week from Matt Dennett, that will make him warm up a little.
This is the time of year, isn't
Second
it,
against
Murph, where
Andreas to throw first.
people really want to make themselves heard. There are so many big stories in the world of darts about to happen.
60.
We had a 2-time European champion crowned yesterday in Peter Wright. Someone will do a remarkable thing today in joining Barry Van
93.
Peer on the tour for the next couple of years today. We'll keep you up to date with that story, but today is the start of what could be the biggest week of somebody's darting career.
83.
And we'll get onto it later in the week about biggest paydays in their careers, because it's very apt. Most of these people this week are looking for their biggest ever
134.
payday in their darts careers. And we're not talking about careers that are 1 or 2 years old. We're talking about careers that are over a decade old.
Yeah, good point.
59.
Conan Whitehead, who's coming next, is a man who will testify to that. But Paul just mentioned that European Championship win yesterday. For those who watched that tournament, you will know that Jan van Veen had a run to the
180.
semi-finals. Less than a year ago, he was playing on that very stage in front of us.
3 words. Say no more.
99. Mate, require
Where
94.
will these two be in 12 months, I wonder?
Well, this is much better from Matt Dennett, and it just goes
54.
to show that that one double can really settle your nerves a little bit. Andreas Harrison still caught cold. Matt Dennen is starting to find his feet
45.
on Champions Week.
40.
Probably easier for Matt to find his feet. He's closer to his feet than Andreas is.
No score.
Mormis starts
Andreas
a double.
require 155.
Give him a great deal of confidence on the outer ring. He is coming back, however, for double top. And if there was a bright side in missing tops of 3 darts, Murph, it's that he's coming back for a primary target.
47. Mate, you require 40.
Yeah, can afford to try and leave a marker, but that's not really one.
Game shot in the second.
Manages to find a
Matt
way
Dennett.
in. You know he's not happy with the way he's playing from that reaction, but he'll certainly be happy with the scoreline.
So look, it's
2-0.
Matt to throw first.
While only
Game
averaging
on.
73 across those legs and missing 10 darts at double.
The most important number on that graphic is the 2. The fact that he has hit 2.
180.
And now he's got 2 180s as well. He's given himself plenty of time to get the job done. Currently, the scoring of the Swede is not good enough.
60.
And Matt's got to jump all over this. The way he was jumping all over people when he was winning week 11.
135.
Well, it's just as well, Paul, because there was absolutely no chance that the double would go first start based on what we've witnessed so far. Well, that would have been some big bang start to Champions Week of Series 5,
60.
wouldn't it?
I would not be shocked to see a perfect leg here this week. But what we got from Dennen in week 11,
92.
he played 12 matches. He hit 23 maximums in that campaign, which is almost 2 per game. And he's already got 2 here. So
60.
keep an eye out for
Mate,
that.
you require 94.
But throughout the week, his average and his doubles were magnificent.
74.
So far, it's not magnificent statistically, but on the score sheet, it looks that way.
$55. Mate, you require 20.
Double 10 for a 13 darter.
Game shot
Could have
the
been an
third
11,
leg.
but he'll
Matt
take that for
Dennett.
3-0, that's for sure. Now, in week 11, he averaged 91.82. I
Look,
think
it's
if that
Andreas
was
to throw
someone with
first.
a name,
Game
a
on.
reputation, someone who had done something before, we'd have been lauding that a bit more. And his doubles were nearly 44% for the week.
100.
They are remarkable statistics. It's no wonder he won week 11.
Yeah, really, really strong he was. And he was a player who, you know, he'd gone to the semi-finals on a couple of occasions and lost.
115.
And that can start to get in your head. Just look at Robert Thornton, who again tried and failed on Saturday night to make it through 9 times now. A player who's won
81.
the biggest tournaments in world darts, but he's struggling to cross the line in what is a brutal short format.
Yes, it is.
121.
This could be a brutal start for Andreas.
I did not expect
100.
such a slow start from the Swede, who was himself so consistent in that winning week 7.
Yeah, he was not bad
98.
at all. He averaged over 90 for the week as well. He played 19 games, 90.65 to be exact. And if you think Matthew Dennant's double statistics,
100.
which
Mate,
were
we're going
exactly
167.
43.56%, you think that's impressive. Harrison, 45.1%, playing 7 more games than Matt.
95.
By far the best
Andreas,
double in
require
statistics
120.
of anybody here playing in Group A this week.
Well, his problem in this match has been he hasn't thrown at a double. He will throw at one now,
100.
out of practice,
Mate, you require 72.
and might end up losing the first match in the worst possible way. It's double 12 for Matt Dennen to make a perfect start. Double 6. And Dennen does
Game
it.
shot on the match.
Fabulous.
Matt Dennen.
Way to wrap up the match from Matt Dennen. It started slowly for him. It remained slow for Andreas Harrison. And it's Dennen who picks up the opening win on Champions Week. A 4-0 success for the Scholar. A huge disparity in the averages of around 17 points. But the big thing is Harrison just did not get going and only threw that one dart at double in the final leg. Coming next, it's Rob Grundy against the former winner, Conan Whitehead.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Denon is the first victor here at Champions Week and dispatching Andreas Harrison in next to no time at all. 4-0 in the space of 9 minutes. Next up, Rob Grundy, who's been a breakthrough talent here at the Super Series in 2023, picking up his first weekly title at his second attempt, and it was an emotional moment on stage for the North East man when he did that. He takes on a man who knows exactly what it takes to pick up this trophy. In fact, he was the first man to pick this trophy up, Conan Whitehead, who's promised to be a two-time champion here at the Super Series one day. Is it going to be this week? Let's find out. He caught up with Chris Murphy earlier.
Conan, welcome back to Champions Week. What's it like to be here, having won it before at the start of the week?
To be honest, it's nothing new really, so it's just another week in the office.
Is it something that, since you won it the first time, you've had a real taste for coming back and experiencing that again?
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to explain. It's sort of it's something, once you've won once, you feel like you can do it again. I feel so confident this week. I feel like I'm going to do it again, but you never know what's going to turn up here. So it's one of them things.
You won the first one. We saw Raymond Smith then win it. Then we've had a player win it twice. Does that give you extra motivation to kind of be the main man at the Super Series?
Definitely. I'm not going to be beaten. I need to set records. That's what I want to do. So yeah, I'm here to win it.
And in terms of the start of the week, you're in the practice room. Obviously, they're all champions, so it's a good group. What's the mood like in there?
It's pretty chilled in there this morning. Like, everyone's happy. We're all good friends in there. So I think we're more enemies on the dartboard than we are in the back room.
letting everybody know that you have been champion before and letting them know?
Oh, they know. Trust me, they know.
We'll let you get back and prepare. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
They know. The words of the Super Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead, who will have a presence here this week, that's for sure. The Barbarian, as he's known, will now take on Robert Grundy, the winner of Week 6. He beat Paul Hogan by 4-0 in his final on that Saturday night. Conan Whitehead took care of Richard North. And in that group that week was also Steve West, who was in the practice room waiting to play Game 3 against Sebastian Białowski. Littered with champions here this week in Champions Week. But there's only one man, and he's the man who lifted it for the very first time here around a year ago. He dearly wants to do it again, but he's going to have to go through the likes of this man from Hartlepool and plenty of others to be the man hoisting that trophy for the second time.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there are a couple of really good measures to determine who are the best players outside of the PDC Professional Tour.
81.
One of those is the Challenge Tour, and Rob Grundy is as high as 11th on that order of merit. Really, really strong season for him there. The other, of course, is success at the Super Series, because we've got Steve West playing in the next game. He doesn't
96.
go to those challenge events. He's really pitched his flag here in Portsmouth, hasn't he? And I'm quite interested. So far, none of our Premier
55.
pundits here, Paul Nicholson included, Laura Turner and Glenn on Saturday night, have really said Steve West for the title. And for me, he definitely is amongst the front runners.
96.
But the reason I haven't said him for the title yet is because he likes being underestimated.
Yeah, you don't want to upset him and make him favourite. I think he actually said that to Glenn. We'll see him next against Sebastian Białowski, who, interestingly, Glenn did pick to win the title. But Rob Grundy's his good friend. So, explain yourself, Glenn.
140.
There's a long way to go before Saturday night. You've got to get there first. And when you consider that Conan has played in one Champions Week before,
66.
he obviously made Saturday night, so he's got a 1-for-1 hit rate in making Saturday night. That's the first mission. And then he's got a 1-for-1 record in actually winning the week. Rob Grundy has never played in a Champions Week before, but he's in really good form. So who are we to say that he can't make Saturday night?
Perfectly pitched first dart for Whitehead, but couldn't follow it in the second. Does apply some pressure to this 36. It's a much more stellar start by Grundy than we saw in the previous match. And that is a fabulous, fantastic way to kick off his Champions Week campaign. A 13 dart leg.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw first.
He has been very active over the last couple of days, has Rob Grundy. He's hot-footed it from the Challenge Tour. On Saturday, he lost in the last 1-2-8 to Patrick Linsky. Dragutin Horvat in the last 16 in the second event on Saturday. Lost to Henderson, of the John variety, of course. And lost to Dom Taylor as well yesterday. But then
60.
He had an invitation to Champions Week to come to. So that's why he's here. But obviously plenty of reps over the last couple of days, putting some good averages in, like 98, 94, 60. 93. They're the kind of numbers, Murph, that can go a long way in a Group A situation.
Absolutely. Conan Whitehead knows how to go all the way, though, as we've discussed.
140.
Interesting as well that the favourite to win the week is Daryl Pilgrim. Of course, he was in that same Champions Week, got to the semi-finals. But it was Conan that conquered. And we've been in this era. Sounds wrong, doesn't it,
60.
to describe it? Something dominated by a 16-year-old as an era. But in this era of Luke Littler at the Super Series, he bowed out Białowski, but paid his chances.
100.
And we could be in a situation where we have two-time champions from 5 series.
And now that Luke Littler has gone to the PDC Pro Tour for the next couple of years at least, someone's got to take the mantle. Why not the person who actually is here And let's not forget that we
41.
haven't seen
Will be required
Raymond Smith, the
136.
Series 2 champion, since he won. Now, I do believe that Ray's not very well at the minute, so everybody here at the MODUS Super Series just wants to wish Raymond Smith all the very best.
Yeah, we were
36.
hoping to have him back for
Currently
the next
required
series, but he's unable
160.
to travel at the moment. Sure, he will be back to try and put his name in the ring for a double. Will Rob Grundy be
74.
throwing a double in this
Will be
visit? He
required
might be
100.
throwing at the same double twice if the first dart finds a single 20. Oh, he gets better than that. It's a different double twice in the end, double 10.
80. Currently require 86.
It's his favourite treble, treble 18. How does he feel about double 8?
Game shot on the second
Feels
leg.
pretty good about
Conan
it.
Whitehead.
Watch out for him this week on that treble 18 bed. It's not just Rob Cross who
So
loves
against
that area
Conan
of the
to throw
board
first.
for a
Game
switch
on.
or an approach shot. One of the best in darts, period, is Conan Whitehead at that treble.
Well, he loved it that much, Paul, that he'd almost thrown the dart before he'd actually
100.
toed the hockey there. He raced up, so excited to have a go at that target. Very different
97.
styles of throw, haven't they? Conan Whitehead uses these really long stems and barrels, and they point right up. You can see he can hit a treble 20 and block tops.
94.
There's he finds that treble 18 again. Total opposite for Rob Grundy, whose darts are perpendicular.
Not to mention, he's using possibly the shortest stem you can find. He's the anti-Luke Humphreys.
42.
Yeah, so if Conan Whitehead puts one high in the bed or above the bed, then that's a good
81.
guide for him. If Rob Grundy does that, he has to switch like we saw in the previous visit. He wants one just below the treble 20 or in the bottom of it. A bit like that.
Yeah, you can see that he's trying to catch that flight on the way through, which will
121.
skid the dart just above. Whereas you're seeing power from Conan Whitehead. That thrusting elbow,
80.
it's one of the fastest throws in world darts.
So Whitehead first to a finish. Rob Grundy again laying down the perfect stacker.
140. Currently record
And
146.
does get down to a more favourable finish than Whitehead, who is throwing first. Now, does he go for that treble 18? Looked like a good guide to follow on that occasion.
93. Robbie require 101.
I think the biggest bright side is that he's down to a single to double combination. He didn't leave himself outside of that. However, he's got a problem. And
77.
that one came out of the jets,
Only
didn't it?
require 53.
Now, don't be surprised if Whitehead does think about double 18 on shots like this certain parts of the week if Tops does not cooperate. But
Game
double
shot
10
on the
does,
third leg.
and it's a 2-1 lead
Conan Whitehead.
for the Series 2 champion. You remember when he won that title, Murph?
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
His little
Game
girl
on.
was tiny. She's still very small. But imagine going home to your family and saying, Daddy's won again.
Yeah.
137.
wouldn't it?
It changed their life, that money. That £20,000 that he banked. It gave them a little bit of financial freedom. That's what that money can do.
58.
You think back to when Grundy was here in week number 6. It was a tremendous display from the man from Hartlepool.
78.
Not the only player from Hartlepool who has played here in Portsmouth as well. But he posted numbers in the 14 matches he played
60.
that can be very useful in qualifying for a week like this. However, if he was to replicate the numbers that he brought in week 6, are they good enough to win?
58.
I don't think so. I think another level will need to be found on an 88.79 average and 33% on doubles. I think he needs to find an extra
26.
click on top of those.
Just going back to that point you made as well about Conan Whitehead winning this in Series 1. That was actually just a year ago, this time last week. So you do get these players who seem
121.
to sort of build up as the year goes on, peak at the right time, and maybe this is his time.
Seasonal. And I was talking about this
95.
very recently
Robbie
about
McGuire, 107.
players like Kim Hybrecht, that most of their success comes when the weather starts to get a bit chilly around the autumn, early winter time. And this is a great time of year to win. Correct. Lots on offer.
75.
Yeah, Super Series is the land of opportunity in the world of darts. We've seen some grasp it. We've seen some grasp it more than once.
42.
We've seen others use it as a springboard to go on to pursue a professional career, which is what I'm sure this man is trying to do. And that will be a perfect guide for him, because he's left the bed completely open and he can now bounce it off the second marker. But went wayward, but it's not worthy of that kind of reaction. I think sometimes dart players react to an individual dart without seeing the bigger picture, that their opponent's so far behind it doesn't matter.
And most dart players are very reactive.
40.
But there are maybe two players in this
Robbie
group here this
McGuire,
week
32.
who will rebuff that. Białowski and Harrison. Still doesn't have to get it at this visit, but he would like to get rid of it.
Game's on the four flag. Rob Grundy.
Just stops himself from planting that big seed of doubt about doubles. Now that he is 2-2, he can move on to the next challenge, which is leg 5.
Just want to look back at that Champions Week just over a year ago, just to highlight the point of what this can do for players. In Group A,
81.
Conan Whitehead went on to win the title. Chaz Barstow, who has been back and maybe hasn't found his feet in Portsmouth, away did in Southampton in our previous guise of this tournament, but has played at Ali Pali, of course.
85.
And then Graham Hall, Graham Usher, Lee Evans and Robert Owen all went on to get tour cards at the following Q School. In the Group C,
123.
the players that were in were joined by Peter Jakes, Gavin Carling and Josh Payne. Payne, of course, back on tour himself. We know the other two have done great things. And Group B, Kieran T and a certain Daryl Pilgrim who'll be back this year. And then the joker in the pack, Chris Mason. Who knows what happened to him?
I think he's on a plane on his way back from Dortmund right now.
85.
And we've got no idea who may be part of this come the 3rd week of January. Time will tell. You'll have to keep in touch with us. And follow us on our social channels at MSS Darts. You can get in touch with us, but if you want to keep in touch with all of the results here in Champions Week, or indeed if you need links
135.
or avenues to watch the action, please look at those channels that you can see at the bottom of your screen there. Twitter, X, Facebook, TikTok.
Which one of these players will be happier watching the highlights on the Super Series YouTube later on this evening? They all do it, you know, they all do watch back. And
the amount of times that we get questioned about things we say, it's inordinate.
Oh, well, you can't question what we're going to say about that, because that is a bit of a disaster from Conan White, and he's basically opened the door and offered to usher Rob Grundy through it. A single 17 gives Grundy a go at tops.
77.
I fancied him for that
Only
one
require 40.
because the treble in the single was so delightful.
Game
But he does lose the leg, and Whitehead does get that second bite of the cherry after missing the single. Still looking for that perfect start to his campaign here in Group A. Now, last week, we saw David Evans have one of the best Group A campaigns in this series history. 28 points for only the 4th time in all of the time that we've been running. And he equalised that leg difference record of plus 36 as well. I'm not so sure you're going to get that kind of dominance in this kind of group.
100.
I know the Group A last week was stacked with players, but I don't think anyone's going to get 28 points.
In a way, Paul, Champions Weeks are the most volatile weeks, aren't they? When you can look at the groups and think, actually, record low point tallies might get you through, because they should be so evenly matched, so competitive.
And Group A is not a guarantee of series success. We said it many times.
58.
winning Group A is just a guarantee of being on Saturday night. That's it. And it gets you the very first game of Saturday night. That's pretty much all we can say.
100.
I think when it comes to endurance and tiredness, there's maybe only one player here this week who will think that if they have to play 5 days leading into Saturday, that they might start to falter at the end. And that could, I emphasize the word could, be Steve West, because he played last week. But it didn't do Jeroen Mioch any harm, did it? In the previous series, he won week 12, and he made Saturday night by winning Group A in Champions Week.
Well, that's a great dart. Had this combination earlier, missed double top and missed double 10.
80.
And that happens
Only
again to
requires
Grundy,
66.
and that could spell the end of the opener for him.
One dart a double to win the match.
46.
Just underneath.
Robbie
I am
requires
surprised
20.
that he didn't go 20 for double 18 because he's so good at that top right-hand corner double.
Game shot on the 6th
He
leg.
might need it in the last
Rob
leg, though.
Grundy.
Let's find out as he has the darts in leg 7 to see who gets their first 2 points of Champions Week.
7th and final against Conan
Champions Week underway.
first. Game
Matt
on.
Dennett, a 4-0 winner against Andreas Harrison in the opening match. This one going the distance between the first ever Super Series champion Conan Whitehead
45.
and one of the new kids on the block in Rob Grundy. But we spoke about opportunity in the other way, players coming off the tour who've been around for a long time like Conan Whitehead. Rob Grundy is also the opposite example. He's the player who
45.
first appeared as an ADC qualifier and as a kind of endorsement player, having done great things in the Northeast.
100.
And he's grasping it, isn't he? Grasping it with both hands.
I think if there's an area of this country, in the domestic sense of the ADC, that is really flying, it's the Northeast. You think about some of the players that have come through from the Northeast
140.
and the ADC avenue. Adam Atkinson was fabulous when he first started coming and joining us here.
140.
His form has dipped a little bit, but I think Hartlepool should be very proud of him, as they should be with Rob. But great work by Steve Brown, who's played in this series, and by Scott Hunt, of course, who has his brother Adam, who's
100.
played.
Yeah, his brother's played in the series. Excellent work they do behind the scenes. We've seen ADC winners here. We've seen JDC
140.
champions go and do fantastic things. Littler, of course, the main one of them, but the likes of Bradley Roos, for example, making a couple of finals in the last 2 series. But this match is reaching its
180.
conclusion.
Can't you record
And Rob Grundy has
76?
posed a question with that maximum, his first of it.
He's got a dart at the bull, but it's covered. He's got an angle.
51.
That 180 has changed this
Robbie
entire
required
game.
36.
Grundy, who's hit double 18 already in the match, could win it in 13.
Well, that's how he started the match. It was a 13 darter. But he can't go out in 15. He doesn't even
28.
get 3 darts at
Conan
double.
required
Conan
25.
White survives, but after the little rattle he had in the previous leg, and he still seems a bit rattled. That's only just in. He knows it, and he's doing the right thing here. Just getting his composure. Double 4.
21.
Now both players have missed a couple of darts
Robbie
to seal the
required
deal.
8.
Whitehead missing 3, 1 at the ball, 2 at the outer ring. Grundy's missed 2 at the outer ring himself.
It's a very different game to what we saw in game 1. And
6.
he's missed this time. So many noises coming from the stage, and
Conan
they're all
required
exasperated.
4.
Yeah, well, the nerves came at the start of that game, didn't they? They've come at the end of this one. Neither player can seem to find the winning
shot
double.
on the match.
But when it counts,
Conan Whitehead.
it's a barbarian that does it. He's won on that stage before. The Series 1 champion survives a little bit of a scare in his opening match. Both players missing multiple match darts, but it is Conan Whitehead with the win. And he can see there, a bit shaky, a bit nervy, towards the end of that match. But a 4-3 success, that's all that matters for him. That 180 from Grundy looked like it might have helped him get that break in the final leg. But in the end, it's Conan who picks up the points. Coming next, Steve West faces Sebastian Białecki.
The former champion is on the board. Conan Whitehead getting the better of Rob Grundy by 4 legs to 3 in our second game of the morning. Steve West is definitely chipper and is up for the action here at the Super Series. He's fair to say he's taken quite a relaxed approach to Champions Week. He takes on Sebastian Białecki in the final game of the first round of fixtures. Let's hand down to Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Well, things that make you go jump, I suppose. Pretty apt for the day before Halloween. But for Steve West, I think it was actually Henry himself, Paul, that started the link to this match. And Steve West just got a little shock. For those who want to know the inner workings of the Super Series, Henry's position on the balcony upstairs, not behind any kind of wall or glass or anything like that. So every word can be heard. But all the words about Steve West at the moment will be positive ones. Through to Champions Week after winning on Saturday night. Sebastian Białecki, for many people's money, the most unlikely player to be here, not because of any lacking in his ability, but just down to the fact that he was in the same finals night as our two-time and currently reigning champion, Luke Littler.
First leg, it's
No Luke
Steve to throw first. Game on.
the Champions Week of Series 5, but no fluke that Sebastian has taken his place.
Not at all. You think about how many
85.
games he played in that week. 29. The most by anybody that week. He worked very, very hard to make his way through to his first weekly title. I know that meant a lot to him. He does play an awful lot of darts. I know that a lot of these players do, but Białecki is one of those players who just seems to play every single day.
125.
He's still very young, but he's very experienced for a very young age.
Himself a former UK Open quarter finalist. And ready to follow in the footsteps of the premier Polish players, Krzysztof Ratajski, and more recently Radek Żagański, in picking up PDC titles. I'm sure that will be the desired direction for Białecki.
Well, what a year it's been for Poland. World record average in the World Cup for Team Poland with Kachuk and Ratajski. Ratajski's won a couple of titles this year, one on the floor, one on the European Tour. Białecki's won here. And the Polish Darts Masters was a huge success. So maybe the biggest year ever for Polish darts. It's not even over yet.
Well, this would be big. Options on it. He is an old school young player, isn't he, Białecki? Doesn't often go for flamboyant finishes like starting on the 18s there for tops.
You're absolutely right. He doesn't tend to use the new school routes.
Game shot on the first leg.
You might see a little smattering of that from Steve, but not too much. His game is all about power, 180 hitting, and double top.
Game on.
Yeah, 180 hitting when he's not even looking, as we saw last week from West. It's a very, very insightful interview he gave
42
at the end of the tournament. And I tried a couple of times during the week, and he wasn't giving anything away. In fact, he was heavily critical of himself, despite good results in Group B.
Whoa!
But it was
180.
really interesting to hear his assessment on finals night. How, I mean, you said Białecki plays a lot of darts. He doesn't, Steve West, and dedicated it to his partner, Michelle, that she makes him get on the practice board. And practice makes perfect, and he's been perfect here at the Super Series before, of course.
Yep. 3 campaigns, 3 wins to get to Champions Week, 3 consecutive Champions Weeks, but hasn't won the title yet. Best effort semi-final.
Yeah, first player to get that hat-trick of successive Champions Week appearances as well.
58.
Just on what you said about his partner, Michelle, she does give him a kick up the old bum now and again just to get on the practice board. I think some players need that.
100.
Look at what happened to Brendan Dolan. One day he was going to retire and he said, I've had enough of this. And then his wife said, come on, you're still good at this. Next day he won. Sometimes you need somebody in your corner just to push you in the right direction. If he's got that this week, there's no telling what he could achieve.
Well, Steve is looking $1 million at the start of this one. Double 10. Oh,
wowzers.
What a start from Steve West. A 14-darter in the opening leg, followed by a 12-darter in the second. West leads this one 2-0.
Steve to
when every other player has shown a little bit of coldness, a little bit of nerves in their opening matches, Steve West has turned up. He's like the main man.
100.
I've got a question for you, and this is a big question for a Monday morning. Do you believe in destiny?
It is a big question.
58.
And I think it might take a while to answer. I assume you're referring to darting destiny on this occasion.
I am.
140.
And I'm referring to West as well, because this series, he wasn't even supposed to play. He was supposed to have a hip operation after the previous series. And then he was going to be out of the game for 2 or 3 months at least. That operation did not take place. And if he wins this week, that's purely because of his brilliance, of course. But on top of that, because he was given the opportunity by something that didn't happen.
Oh, that was brilliant, but then the bounce out made it bad for Białecki, and maybe there's more evidence for the destiny argument. I suppose there are no fairy tales in sport until you look back at what has happened. But Steve West, he's going to get it, isn't he? He's doing this himself with his supreme ability, and it's almost like the way he was last week compared to the way he started this week. I know we're only 2 legs into it. like winning and playing well on Saturday night has released some kind of shackles from Steve West. The chains are off, and he's the one in this field on the evidence of the first 3 matches that's playing with freedom.
If he's playing with freedom, then everybody's got a problem. What you tend to find for these kind of players like Thornton
84.
and Wade, who love tops, that they also like double 12.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve West.
Just something about the way those doubles sit in front of your eye line when you're going for that target.
Four-legged
People
Sebastian to throw
like
first.
their roots.
Game on.
They like certain doubles. And in a different sense, if they've got different numbers, they will like sister doubles or brother
55.
doubles, like 12s. That tends to go with tops. If people like double 18, they tend to like double 16 as well. Look at Rob Cross. Look at Dirk van Dijvenbode.
100.
Well, look at this from Steve West. 20 points better off than Białecki on the averages. This is the way to start a Champions Week. This is the way to say to everybody, hang on a minute. I'm not the favourite. I am now.
60.
Let's bear in mind, though, this is a discipline. This is a marathon. You might have to play 29 games to win this
96.
week. But there are going to be games that you must win.
Well, that leads me to pose a question for you, Paul.
81.
Is Steve West, out of the 6 players, the one that would be most suited to having the 2 days off?
Without question. I say that every time he plays because physically, is he in
89.
as good a shape as some others? No, he would admit that as well. If he was able to practice minimally on Thursday and Friday and be ready for a Saturday night fresh,
100. Sebastian Rick, 121.
he would get a lot from that. However, sometimes he feels like he needs to play it. It's done him quite well in the past.
So it may be that he's putting all his eggs in the Group A basket, willing to suffer for 3 days of hard graft in order to get that rest and recuperation for Saturday night. Well, he hasn't got this first match won yet. He's going to leave this handy, but Białecki
140.
will throw a double for the first time in the game here.
2 16s.
Game shot on the
First
fourth
leg of the week for Sebastian.
Sebastian Białecki.
And most importantly, he stops West from getting a match shot.
Fifth leg, it's
Now,
Steve to
everybody
throw
here
first.
this week is going to be very aware of the threat of Daryl Pilgrim.
123.
Almost our second 180 there from West. He's going to be in Group B this week. I'm particularly interested in that group because I don't see any way that he doesn't qualify through that group because of the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because often you look at when people qualified, well, it was so early, maybe the form has gone, but we know it hasn't because we've seen what he's done. He recently beat the world number 1 and world champion Michael Smith.
You know, you were talking about the ADC in the previous game as well. I just want to say congratulations today to Neil Duff, who won the ADC Vault finals yesterday against Willie Borland in the final. So congratulations to the reigning WDF world champion.
140.
Also worth pointing out, the ADC Women's Finals will be held here at the Live Lounge in a couple of weeks' time. 18th of November, Saturday afternoon.
59.
And it will be streamed live as well.
Yeah, the women's Vault finals was won yesterday by Rhiann Griffiths of Wales, beating Angela Kirkwood in the final. So well done to
60.
Rhiann. Busy time here for darts, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. All building up, of course, to the World Championship.
100.
I saw my first Christmas advert yesterday, Murph.
54.
Just goes to show. Ali Pali's just round the corner. And 3-2
92.
might be round the corner.
68.
Well, West made a decision there to try and leave double 17 by staying on the treble 20. Białecki now may only leave the ball. A single 17 would do that. A treble would be better, but he's got neither. Chased the treble,
20.
paid the price.
Stephen
Paul
requires
Nicholson's
62.
head is almost hitting the wall behind him.
Chase the treble. You've got to face the consequences. And the consequences are that West is way too good on this occasion. A high 90s average. And the doubling will give him a lot of confidence going into his second game, which will be against Rob Grundy in Game 6. These are the numbers for that game right there with a 4-1 victory. Steve West, 98.09. The best performance we've seen in round 1. Without further ado, let's see what these guys do in round 2, because Harrison and Whitehead will follow after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve West has lit up the blue touch paper as far as Champions Week is concerned. A 4-1 victory against Sebastian Białecki, doing so over 98 average, a 140 checkout, and 4 out of 5 all told on the finishing. Prior to that, the former champion Conan Whitehead got his campaign underway with a 4-3 victory against Rob Grundy, whilst Matt Denon got the better of Andreas Harrison in his first match by 4-0. So it is seconds out round 2, and we hope that this second round is a bit better than the boxing on Saturday. And mind you, Conan the Barbarian Whitehead is probably someone you may have seen at the scrum of the Rugby World Cup on Saturday. He takes on Andreas Harrison, the Swede from one of the coldest parts of Scandinavia, Marilla in Sweden. Lowest ever recorded temperature of -33 degrees. But the action is just hotting up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's hand down to Paul and Chris.
Remember, they can hear you, Henry. Conan Whitehead, well, seeing the funny side as he gets ready for the scrum with his opponent.
First leg, it's
Andreas
Andreas to
Harrison,
throw
the beard to be
first.
feared, but wasn't very
Game
fearful in his
on.
opening match. In fact, was the poorest performance of our Group A players so far, and averaged just a shade over 70 and only threw one dart double. And that was a problem for him because, as
100.
Paul Nicholson explained during the game, his finishing and getting here was the key aspect of his game.
Definitely.
100.
But it's not panic stations at all. Like we always say on Mondays, in a group A situation, you just got to stay in the mix. Make your move on a Tuesday,
55.
attack Wednesday. The one thing you don't want to do on a Monday is go and find yourself in 6th position with very little or even no points at all.
98.
So whatever went wrong in that first game, put it right quickly.
$97.
Already looks better. And I always think about this when I'm driving here on a Monday morning, Chris, because the experience
85.
level that you've got here this week, I don't think it's a problem. But playing at 9:30 in the morning and preparing at around 7:45 in the morning, to some players it will feel alien.
100.
But to these people, it will feel very normal now.
Yeah, when I spoke to Conan Whitehead, you all saw it. He was very much saying he's used to the place. And this feels like home from him.
180 on
Home from home.
149.
And he's homing in on a breaker throw in the very first leg. That maximum puts it firmly in his favour.
113.
Well, it's very good use of the board.
38. Game
So
shot
is
the
that, though.
first leg.
That's a 13-dart
Conan
break throw.
Whitehead.
And Conan sporting his new dart shirt, all black.
Second leg, it's
I wonder
Conan to
Henry was
throw
making
first.
a rugby comment, considering what happened on Saturday night. But maybe don't mention the rugby to the Kiwis for a couple of weeks. It's a bit of a sore topic this
140.
morning.
Interestingly, Andreas Harrison in his qualifying week won all of his games on day one of Group A. That set
41.
the standard really for him to go on and win that group and get through to finals night. And Paul said as well, you know, Group A is not a guarantee of doing that. But I have to say,
180.
in this series, we have seen a fair few players do it that way.
Do you remember that series that Conan won, Series 1?
60.
There was one player from 12 that won Group A that was involved in Champions Week. That was Graham Hall.
140.
He didn't win. Conan did. Just proving that Group A is not a guarantee of success, but it gives us a very good indication of
96.
what they're doing now.
Running of a coin, 41.
Playing at this type of standard pretty much is a guarantee of success. Conan Whitehead
Game shot on the second leg.
has had the
Conan
most
Whitehead.
stunning start to this game. Absolutely superb stuff. That
The
was
leg,
an
it's
11
Andreas to throw
darter to
first.
back up
Game
the
on.
13 darter he had in leg one. I know we may only be 2 legs into this match, but it amounts to an average of 125.25.
60.
Say we're only 2 legs in, Paul. We could actually be halfway through the game and will be if he carries on at that kind of standard.
This is a series where we've seen
75.
one of the longest records, or if not the longest record, broken. Jason Askew's 118 plus average individual game record broken twice
140.
by the same player. But that winning average, which was the first to break 120 by Darryl Pilgrim, which was back
100.
in the early stages of the series, it was quite remarkable. Would I be shocked to see that broken in this series? No, not at all. For someone to go out and average 125.25 in 2 legs, it shows that if you can replicate that form, that record can be broken in as little as 10 minutes.
81.
Well, the trouble for Andreas Harrison is that, well, in the first match he didn't play well. In the second match his opponent's playing very well, and it's all amounted to, so far,
140.
in 6 legs of darts, he's only thrown 1 of his darts at a double. That will change here.
140. Andreas Record 61.
Based on the way that Conan is finishing right now, you might want to hit this.
45.
You can see the
Currently required
way his
105.
darts behave in the final third. They're hovering towards the board. 2 double tops. Whitehead goes way over the bar.
28.
And Andreas should
Andreas
get
required
within 1.
16.
Exactly the type of leg Andres Harrison needs this. Just
Game shot
get
the
a few
third leg.
darts thrown at the
Andreas
outer ring,
Harrison.
because the first couple looked like he was a little bit out of practice in that department. So, the
Fourth leg,
first
it's
leg
Conan to throw
of Champions
first.
Week
Game on.
for Andreas Harrison. He won't give much away in terms of his demeanour, but he's given his opponents head start here.
56.
We are going to see another Swede this week. So it's been a very good series for Scandinavia. Anton Östlund will make his first appearance in the Champions Week come Group
26.
C later in the week.
He joins Jim McEwen and Matt Clark. And, of course, 3 players from this group.
140.
Again, it is Champions Week, but you look at the group and you think it won't be the end of the world falling into Group C.
180.
Harrison starting to cook.
3 180s in the game. And we might even be approaching the halfway point.
58.
This one goes the distance. We might get as many as 5 or 6. Because he's definitely warming up in this department, isn't he?
140.
Yeah, and the fact that he is getting better
41.
might be just causing Whitehead
Jason
to get worse. Now, that will seem
155.
harsh, but an average that was 125 to now be at just around 101 is a big drop. It was only likely to go down from there. But
59.
playing well for a couple of legs doesn't guarantee winning matches. Difficult dart switching.
Yeah, this is what I love about this sport.
58.
You get nothing for free.
96.
Nothing. You have to get that dart a double. You have to create the path for it, and you've got to take it.
58.
And if Whitehead
Only
takes this,
148.
3-1 lead looks very promising. I'm not surprised to see him start on the 54 there.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Harrison avoid the double 19 this time.
Andreas
Let's
required
see.
38.
How many times already today have we seen 38 left?
Game
Well, he
shot
doesn't
the
avoid
fourth
it.
leg.
He goes straight in it.
Andreas Harrison.
Attacking stuff from Andreas Harrison. I don't know if that's a sign of
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw
bravery or the
first.
opposite, really.
Game on.
Sometimes players that usually split choose not to when they're actually so lacking in confidence they're scared of missing the big number. Or was it just a confident dart straight at a double?
140.
We all know that you're the king of the puns, Murph. And if Andreas was not to win Group A,
43.
if he was to go into Group C, there is a pun that is just waiting to happen if he plays Jim McEwen. If you look at the back of his shirt, he's got a phrase on there which is to do with Dirty Harry.
140.
It says, "Do I feel lucky?" Well, if he plays Jim McEwen, it could say, "Do I feel chucky?"
45.
Child's play, Paul. Child's play.
I'm trying. The thing is, he doesn't want to go into Group C. You speak to most of these players on a Monday,
140.
and they're very realistic about their opportunity of winning the group and going to Saturday, and most of them come back with the same answer.
57.
If I don't win
Andreas
Group A,
required
I want to be in
81.
Group B.
Okay, 79 remaining. So options here. Now, Whitehead's a long way behind, so he's got the luxury of doing whatever he wants, really.
41.
But again, we talked about that average being 125 earlier. It's now down to 92.
I think the biggest thing here is that he hasn't had a dart at a
95.
double
Andreas required 40.
since he was 2-0 up.
Harrison could lead 3-2 if he finds double 10, which he
Game shot on the
does.
fifth leg.
Andreas
Andreas
Harrison
Harrison.
has turned this tie around, completely reverse the roles
Sixth
in
leg,
the
it's
match.
Conan
And I
to
suppose
throw
that's the point about
first.
averages, isn't it? All they do is tell you how you've played so far. They don't tell you how you're going to play beyond that point.
I think Whitehead did something very smart at the
58.
start of this leg. He just took a pause. Even though he could have gone all guns blazing into the start of leg number 6. I think he recognised that he's been under the gun
135.
for a good 5 minutes now. And in this format, you can lose legs rapidly.
85.
Well, I'll make a slight prediction. I think he'll win more 4-3 matches than anybody else in this field, Conan Whitehead. He's that type of player. A real fighter, gets more motivated in the heat of battle.
140.
May not often brush his opponents aside, although we know he can if he plays at that high level we saw early in this match. But he will scrap.
180.
And he won't roll over. And that 180 is evidence of that.
Well, let's put it this way. If we had a Super Series international team for England, I think Conan
59.
would probably be the England captain.
Even though Harrison's on a finish first, it is very much advantage Whitehead in this leg.
94.
He's left a much better one.
167.
So it's either a spectacular way for the Swede to seal his first Champions Week win, and that's not happening, or we rely on Whitehead missing this.
84.
Otherwise, it will be a last leg decider.
Yeah, this is enormous.
72.
He says, oh no.
Andreas requires 36.
Andreas might be saying, oh yes.
Game
Winner
shot on
chicken
the
dinner
match.
for Andreas Harrison. He loses the first 2 legs, but since that point, he went up a notch. And his doubles were excellent as well. He only got 1 shot at a double in his first game. In his second, he got 8. And he hit 4 of them as well with a very tidy performance in excess of 96 on the average. And Conan Whitehead has to settle for 2 points from his first 2 games. And Andreas can now say the same. When we come back, Sebastian Białowiczi's looking to respond after losing to Steve West. And he's up against Matthew Dennett, who won the very first game of the day.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Champions Week. And you can be here on Saturday night. Very few tickets available. Do head over to dartshop.tv and you can join us every single Saturday night here on the South Coast. But before the break, we saw the man from Sweden, Andreas Harrison, get the better of the former champion Conan Whitehead by 4-2. So now into our fifth game of the day. It sees the Pole Sebastian Białowieski looking to come back from that 4-1 defeat against Steve West. He's nicknamed Bolt. His opponent bolted out the traps in his opening match. Matt Denon getting the better of Andreas Harrison by 4-0. What's going to happen in this one? Chris, Paul.
Yeah, we will find out. Białowieski looking to bounce back. As Henry just said, against Steve West, he was beaten 4-1. But Matthew Denon had the perfect start. Although, Paul, maybe the performance didn't reflect the scoreline. 4-0 win against Andreas Harrison.
Yeah, I think that's
First leg, it's
fair to say.
Sebastian
Very
to throw
steady
first.
from Matt.
Game on.
But Dirty Harrison, obviously, a little bit cold in match 1, but not so in match number 4. Average in excess of 96. And he was 2-0 down. Tells you that Dirty Harrison is here to play. And obviously Sebastian is, because he starts with a max here.
140.
Just bolt out of the traps there with a perfect start.
Do you know why he's called Bolt?
Go for it. I thought it was some kind of play on word like pole bolt.
46.
Sounds good. But Bolt's his favourite movie.
Okay.
I'm glad his favourite movie wasn't The Exorcist.
180.
Well, Matt Denon responds a 180 each in the opening leg. Do you know why it's called the Scholar?
105.
I don't know, just asking you.
Because he's very clever.
Well, the 170 finish would be very clever from Białowieski, having opened the leg with a 180. Finishing it with a maximum checkout would be a lovely way to start the game. Not going to happen.
I think Sebastian already knows
96.
in his very first Champions Week that if he wants to win this group, he's going to have to be supreme. Bullseye for Dennant.
102.
He's looking at his opponents already on Monday morning, doing very good things against him. He cannot make errors on shots like this, but he's just made an error on the single number.
34. Might require 25.
So Dennant can clean up the remainder, having missed the bullseye.
Game shown the
And
first.
that's exactly
leg.
what he does.
Matt Dennant.
I like what you did there with that remainder remark. That's a mathematical term, isn't it?
Second leg, it's
noticed,
Matt
did you?
to throw first. Game
Switched on, and he's certainly switched on this morning. That is now 5 unanswered legs from Dennant.
Is he the bête noire of this group, maybe?
100.
He did win week 11, only had 1 week off in between winning a week and coming back. It probably wouldn't have felt like a week. It probably felt like about 48 hours.
140.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have felt like a week off, bearing in mind that him and his partner have just had a newborn baby.
Look on the bright side, Matt. If you're here on your own,
60.
you're going to get some sleep tonight. I always remember when Adrian Lewis had his first daughter, and he was at the tour about 3 months later, and he said, "Oh, how's life at home, Adrian?" He said, "Oh, I can't wait to go to darts because I get a full night's sleep."
95.
It's a great way of looking at it. You love your family, you love your newborn, but when you go to darts, you do get the gift of the Zeds.
There was a
140.
niche narrative employed at one point in darts called the nappy factor, wasn't there? When players kept having babies and then going on to win titles.
96.
So that's where I went wrong. Another leave of 170 for Białowieski. He's determined to get one.
It
56.
is, of course, one of those narratives that was applied
Specimen McCoy,
afterwards.
170.
And ignoring the fact that all of the players that hadn't just had children were winning titles as well. But we won't let that get in the way of a good story. Would be a good story for Matt Denon, I'm
134,
sure.
mate. We're going
Having left his
145.
partner to change the nappies a week for herself, he'll have been instructed, do not come back in this house without that £20,000.
63. Sebastian, you've acquired 36.
Double 18 after that impeccable 1-3-4 approach.
Game shot
That
the
is
second
very good
leg.
indeed for Białowieski.
Sebastian Białowieski.
Another really good contest brewing up here. 50% on the
Delegate
doubles for
Sebastian
both
to throw
players
first.
after a couple of legs.
Game on.
And that is what we saw in the previous match from Whitehead and Harrison as well.
Yeah, the first leg lost by Dennant. Białecki,
140.
he's looking good. Started the first leg with a maximum, starts the second with a 2 treble turn.
59.
Rob Grundy against Steve West follows this, and then Białecki's back. Take on Andreas Harrison. He's got this early start today where he's played game 3 and then it's alternate matches for his first 3 games. He'll be past the halfway stage of games
78.
in really quick time. So when you're playing matches that quickly, you want to be making sure you're on form.
Sometimes when you're losing those games, you want a little bit more time to
46.
put things right. When you're winning, you want to get back out there as soon as possible.
60.
Just notice that Dennant is putting his throwing hand, in his right pocket after every throw. Just trying to keep that hand a little warmer.
82.
And that is a tactic that a lot of players employ in the winter months.
Yeah, it's a little chillier. But it may have been for most players when they were last here. But as you said, Dennant
96.
hasn't been too long away. It was a red-hot visit, though.
Yeah, it doesn't take him too long to get back to Portsmouth from the West Midlands. In fact,
50.
there are many different
Mate,
parts
124.
of Europe represented here in Champions Week. Is the bullseye represented? Nope.
102.
Double 11 is not either.
Sebastian
So
Irakoyen,
Białecki could find the
46.
front.
14 for double 16 was the intention. He's had to waste a dart and only get 1 at double. This could be crucial.
30. Mate, required 22.
Not the first missed single here today from Seb.
Game shot on the
He
third
does
leg.
pay the penalty.
Matt Dennant.
2 mistakes made, and ultimately it's Dennant who gets the break.
There have been
Well,
some
forget
novel
Matt
approaches
to
to
throw
warming up
first.
the old palms,
Game
hasn't there, in darts? Wesley Harms used to wear the fingerless gloves. Used to actually play in them. But other players who've done novel things to keep cool. Stuart Kelly springs to mind. Kept his darts in the fridge before a match.
He did that year round, though.
99.
He wanted to be ice cold going onto the stage.
Matt Dennant didn't need to duck there, let's be honest.
96.
He is small in stature, but he punches above his height, that's for sure. But if you think, and I say this all the time,
134.
is there any great advantage in height in this game? I'm not sure there is.
The very best players haven't been, I'm talking the absolute elites, the Taylors and Van
60.
Gerwens, haven't been giants, have they? Not near 6 foot. Nowhere near it.
Eric Bristow is quite tall. Remember Van Barneveld
83.
is fairly tall. But to give you examples from the other side of the coin, Phil Taylor, Jockey Wilson.
42.
Even someone like Rob Cross, he's not the tallest. He's about 5'9", 5'10".
I'm sure there'll be some
134.
buffing out there that'll have some stats on that, but it's a game for all, isn't it, darts?
It is. And another thing we've seen in this series, which will forever live in my
98.
memory,
Mate, required 51.
the height difference between Ko Decker and Mikuru Suzuki.
Game shot on
That is
the
a
fourth
3-1
leg.
lead for Dennant.
Matt Dennant.
And what's really encouraging for him here right now, and I've watched a lot of Matt Dennant in the
If they
Super
get
Series
Sebastian
darts the
to
last
throw
2 years.
first. Game on.
If he's had a weakness, it's been getting a good start in a group campaign. He's always fought his way through a group. This is encouraging.
95.
Yeah. 7 from 8 in terms of legs so far today, Dennant.
100.
It might be a group that Comes down to leg difference when all's said and done.
Do you like the nickname the Scholar? I'm 50-50 on it.
41.
Well, as a commentator, it does lend itself to sort of various lines when he does well, top of the class, all that kind of thing.
95.
He's giving Sebastian Białecki a bit of a lesson here.
Well, I think Matt should have called himself the Pink Panther, you know, because of the didn't. You know what I mean?
26.
I wondered where that was going, but
But he can't be the Pink Panther because Zoe Jones has already got it. So that's probably why he's called the Scholar.
96.
But he could have been called Jaws.
He's
But
not-
Colin Lloyd's got that. It could have been didn't.
59.
What we are going to call him, possibly in 6 darts, is a winner again.
125.
well, that will help. An 85 finish will seal that victory, and it would be a 4-1 to follow up a 4-0.
45.
And a much improved
Require
performance to boot
85.
as well. Treble 19 he's gone for. Doesn't have to go 16 bull, so he can go bull 16.
69.
Looks like he might be breaking a pattern as well. Because so far today, everybody's won with the throw. Dennett is throwing against the darts here.
56.
And he's
Now
looking to
requires
become the first
16.
player to 4 points.
Game
4 points
shot
it
on
is,
the
2
mat.
wins it is for Matt Dennett,
Dennett.
who's only lost 1 leg in 2 matches so far, and he is making a strong start to Champions Week. Sebastian Białecki departs the stage, having lost 4-1 for the 2nd successive time. Not the start he would have hoped for, but you see why Dennett was so superior in that match. An average of almost 96, 50% checkout success rate, and a perfect start for him. Looking to follow suit in the next match, it's Steve West. He takes on Rob Grundy.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series, where that man, Steve West, the victor of Week 12, is looking to keep his momentum going here. He takes on Rob Grundy in our 6th match of the day, and is looking to make it 2 wins from 2. One man who's already done that is Matt Denon. He got the better of Sebastian Białecki before the break by 4 legs to 1. The boys in the commentary are asking, well, what could Matt Denon's nickname be? Well, it could be as simple as Denont. Right, guys, it's all yours for Białecki against West.
Yeah, well, not the worst nickname in the group. That belongs to Steve West. I've told him many times. Doesn't work. He claims it's because he doesn't have a nickname. Simply Steve West. But then it would work if his walk-on song was Simply the Best. But he has been simply the best in terms of performance so far today. It was a fantastic display against Sebastian Białecki in his opening match. He ended up with an average of 98. We've just seen something not too far away from it from Matt Denon, who is the first player to have won both matches. But West is looking to match him
First
by
leg, it's Rob
taking
to
4
throw
points
first. Game
at the
on.
start of Champions Week.
I'm with you though, Murph. I think Steve's nickname needs some work.
I think it should be Go.
Just that.
131.
Not John.
That's
Not even sure if he likes tuna.
a bit fishy, that, Paul.
100.
He could just go down the Chizzy route and call himself Westy. That's what everybody calls him.
Well, Rob Grundy is out to stop him here. He did have a good battle in his opener against Conan Whitehead.
60.
And could have won that match. Both players passed up opportunities to win it before Whitehead eventually did. So we could be talking about Grundy doubling his points tally. But it's 3 in the treble for West
180.
against a throw in the opening leg, and Rob already knows what kind of task he has ahead of him.
You're not kidding. That's only the 2nd maximum of the day for Steve.
100.
But if he starts finding that first start, he's more likely to get maximums than anybody this week.
He said it himself. He doesn't like that. You can see from his reaction. Great correction. Great cover there from
96.
Steve West. But he said it himself last week in one of his interviews that he is the epitome of a first start merchant. If that first start goes for Steve West, watch out.
Yeah, because the target
100.
changes.
Stevie,
What a lot of amateur players might not know is that if you get the first start right in the 60, you don't actually go for the 60 afterwards.
How's that for a first start? But the second joins it, and that's what he didn't want. And that's kind of proving the point in a roundabout way.
120.
But he's left himself on 5 in the end.
The pitfalls of hitting a second bullseye.
He's smiling because he knows. And he probably knows what's about to happen now.
74.
Didn't expect that. Neither did
Stevie
Rob
required
Grundy, but
5.
West gets the chance to put things right. He was too good, then too bad. Can he get away with a leg? That's not easy.
Needs to bend it around the wall, just like
on the
that.
first leg.
Well,
Steve
he's a
West.
Spurs fan, so we'll say that's just like James Maddison. And I think he's feeling very, very happy about the way
Gonna
he's
get
starting
Steve
his
to throw
campaign.
first. Game
Just the way that Spurs are doing theirs. He actually did do the famous Sky Walk at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium recently, and
100.
had his photograph taken next to the big cockerel at the top of the stadium. And not a massive fan of heights, but went all the way to the top of the stadium.
Yeah, rather him than me.
60.
But he might be heading all the way to the top of the table if he gets victory here. If he gets a win of 4-0, he will have matched exactly the
81.
results of Denon in the opening set of fixtures. Opening 2 sets of fixtures, should I say.
You're a bit of a savant when it comes to 80s, 90s and early 2000s music, Murph. If West was to be called Go as a
125.
nickname, would he walk out to Go West, or would it be the song Go West
Yeah,
by
well,
Pet Shop Boys?
the latter would be my choice, but knowing Steve, he'd walk out something
180.
entirely different, wouldn't he? Tell you what, he's getting a fine tune out of his instruments today, though.
Yeah, it would be rather funny if he walked out to East 17.
2 180s in this
98.
match, and again,
Stevie
he's putting in
140.
a big performance from the off. He's doing damage early in his games, isn't he? He's landing blow after blow on his opponent.
82.
And the question was asked to Conan Whitehead earlier, are you letting them know who's boss? I think it's Steve West who's doing that in this group.
I'd have to agree at this stage. if he gets on a positive footing and can stay there, he can dominate, no matter what the company.
38.
Chance for Grundy. No, he missed double 18 for 110 in the first leg. This is arguably a little easier. Well, maybe not anymore.
$60.
Halves
Stevie
it.
required 20.
West back for double 10.
Game shot
What has been
second
impressive
leg.
so far from Steve West has been those adjustments from the darts that aren't perfect for him, particularly on the doubles. We saw it with the double 2 in the first leg, and again just
to throw first.
making that micro adjustment when he hasn't really got the marker he would want.
Now, there are players this week by winning the £20,000 who will change their lives. Steve West has already changed his life this year by winning multiple weekly titles,
100.
of which he's got 3. Rob Grundy's having the best darting year of his career so far. Steve has won £20,000 checks before, but not here. But don't let that underestimate how much £20,000 this week would change his life right now.
55.
In fact, I do believe, without actually looking into
96.
all of the ifs and buts and the candy and nuts, that maybe it's only West who has done that before, outside of the MODUS Super Series. We know that Whitehead's done it in Series 1, but
35.
someone is going to have a very, very good week. But you've got to follow the rule book. You can't be leaving bogey numbers. Even when your opponent is not on a finish, if you're leaving bogey numbers, that's a habit that might just get you in trouble later in the week.
Well, Grundy with a chance then to deny Steve West a whitewash win, meaning that
55.
Denon would be top of the pile come the end of the first 2 rounds of fixtures. Well, that's a way off, and you can see the reaction from Rob.
Game shot on the
Puts it right, but a shake of the head afterwards. Now, is that something that you as an opponent would look to feed off?
Me, absolutely. Most players, definitely. Some players, they don't even look at the other person on the oche. But we are looking at 2 players who obviously do have head shaking in their armoury. Steve has been accused of it in the past. If he can minimise that, internalise and maybe fuel himself with some of the negativity that he might get from a couple of bad shots, he can play well with it. However, if sometimes it just boils over for a player, it can metastasize into something that will infect the rest of their week.
You mentioned Steve West and £20,000 paychecks, Paul. Just did a quick bit of research on the fly, and the last time he picked up that exact prize was 3 years ago yesterday, when he was a quarter-finalist for the second time at the European Championship.
99.
Did he beat a certain Michael van Gerwen, or was that 2018?
Yeah, that was 2018 when he did that. Steve West got the better of the likes of Krzysztof Ratajski and Mincer Suljovic before actually losing out to Peter Wright, who, of course, won that title 3 years ago yesterday by beating James Wade in the final.
99. Stevie Rock 161.
Doesn't have to go for this. That's worked out pretty well. That's a gorgeous second dart, isn't it?
37.
It's very Luke Humphreys style, that dart, just bypassing a blocker shot and using the flight as a bumper. You have to be so gifted to be able to do that.
96. Stevie required 24.
That, he's left himself double 12 after 12. And that is the perfect guide for Steve West.
Game shot on the
Could not have missed.
Steve West.
And he leads 3-1. And he looks for back-to-back 4-1 wins. But Grundy does have the darts. He'll make 5.
To throw first. Game on.
Hartlepool, where Rob is from, has always been bit of a hotbed of darts. I mentioned Adam Atkinson that we've seen at the MODUS Super Series in the last year.
95.
Don't forget about Paul Jennings as well, who'd made 2 quarterfinals at Lakeside. Haven't seen much from Geno over the last few years. Sometimes
55.
when you're an amateur dart player, life can get in the way. I even saw a tweet over the weekend from a very good Australian player called Brandon Weening, who was given an invite to the
100.
WDF World Championship, and he said, I just can't afford to come. Money can stipulate opportunity. And if you can win money here,
140.
you can give yourself even more opportunities by coming back or by going elsewhere as well.
136.
170 for Grundy when he returns, and he will return with 6 darts to take it out.
49. Robbie require 170.
I will be shocked if we didn't get one of these this week. Someone's going to get one at one point. I am more than positive about it.
98.
Didn't have to be on that occasion with West barely halfway through the leg after 9 darts. Needs a treble to leave a finish himself. Gets that.
83.
But then he's gone wayward and ended up not on a
Robbie
checkout.
requires 72.
That is the kind of reaction that needs to be tempered with Steve. Just need to not boil over too much.
48.
I know he was going to get an opportunity had he stayed straight, but at 3-1 up, that panic button is nowhere near. It's in a different postcode.
134.
Just
Robbie
say that the
requires
leg is gone.
24.
If he gives you another opportunity, that's great, but then you get the game done in another leg.
Going right down to the bottom of the board and not finding the
21.
target. So Steve West can go to the top
Steve
of the board
require 40.
and keep himself joint top of the table.
We gave Double Three a nickname in this series. We called it the trapdoor.
Game
And you
shot
don't want to
and the
go down
match.
there, but you want to
Steve
go
West.
up there. And Steve West does get another opportunity to get the job done. And he, like Matt Dennant, is on 4 points after 2 rounds and is looking very, very useful. First, he averages 98, and this time he averages 95.23 with 44% on the doubles, taking full advantage of 7 missed darts at a double from his Hartlepool opponent. We'll take a short break now, and then we will digest everything in the first 2 rounds when we return. And then we will start with Harrison against Białecki in round 3.
Welcome back to Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series, where the first 2 rounds of fixtures have been and gone here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me to assess what we've seen so far. This is what we have seen then up to press at Champions Week, and it's 2 players who really have stolen the march on this Monday morning. Matthew Dennant and Steve West winning each of their opening 2 fixtures. Elsewhere, the former champion, Conan Whitehead, won his first game, but then lost his second match to the Swede Andreas Harrison. As I say, the asset is alongside me up here on the balcony. Let's begin with Matt Dennant, because he was first out the traps, the first to make it 2 wins from 2, and continuing where he left off in week 11.
Yeah, looked pretty good, didn't he? I think he was given too many easy opportunities in his first game, but he's used that confidence very, very well in his second performance. I think he's looked really, really useful today. That performance there was just a bit too easy, but in his second game, for me, he just looked really, really comfortable. And this is the kind of performance that's going to take you very far this week. That mid-90s range that we've seen from Matt is something that he can sustain. Endurance has never been a problem for him.
Elsewhere, Steve West won on Saturday night. Now, he said in his interview that he wanted to play Group A. He wanted to play on Monday. He wanted to keep the trajectory going. You can tell why. He's been the player of the day so far.
Steve's a great player. I think you look at his career on the whole, he's been underestimated most of his career. He's been almost talked about as not even the best player in his family. And now what he's doing is proving that he is probably the person to beat today and possibly this week.
He's playing in such a relaxed manner, isn't he? And I've spoken to people like yourself and spoken to people like Chris Mason that say that actually if you watch Steve West in a practice room or watch Steve in maybe an environment away from the stage, he's probably one of the best, most natural players that you've ever seen in your life.
I've seen Steve West hit a 180 with bookies pens and all forms of other projectiles. Naturally, he is one of the best throwers that you will ever see. And I think the biggest battle is always going to be between the ears with Steve. He understands that. But from a technique perspective, it's compact, it's not a great deal of effort, and it's natural brilliance. And it's just whether it will come out, and so far it has.
As far as Sebastian Białecki is concerned, you must be thinking, well, first time here at Champions Week, is this what the standard's all about?
Yes, it is, I'm afraid. This is hard. You've got people who have won here. You've got people who have won here more than once, of course. But you've got people in form. And sometimes you can come up against people in a qualifying week that you think, I'm in better form than you, I can hurdle you quite easily. Not when you come here. This is a different beast. And so far, he's learning it the hard way.
Well, let's have a look at the table then. This is 2 rounds down. Our first, we'll look at it. It's very uniform as things stand. Matt Dennant, Steve West with 2 wins. Conan Whitehead, Andreas Harrison with 1 win. Rob Grundy and Sebastian Białecki yet to get off the mark. Let's talk about Rob Grundy and what your assessment has been of his day up to press.
Just a little bit ragged. I think technically I like what I see, but a follow through every now and again just a little bit out of sync. So hasn't quite hit the strides yet. I expect him to at some point. It's just a question of whether he hits it in Group A or not. But, yeah, I wouldn't panic so far. I think he's played some decent stuff, but maybe just the patches have been a bit too small.
Andreas Harrison on stage next against Sebastian Białecki. Just very quickly on Andreas, do we just put that first game aside because of the levels of improvement in Game 2?
Oh, absolutely. That one is in the trash, and that's already been emptied. So that's gone. And now we judge him by what he did in Game 2, which was really good. When you're playing someone who is averaging 125 and is 2-0 up against you, and then you win the next 4 legs, that tells me something very, very vivid about Andreas, that he doesn't get flustered. You can't knock him at all. He's an immovable object, and it's just a question of whether Sebastian's got anything that will dent him.
2 European stars going toe-to-toe. It's Sweden against Poland in our 7th game of the day here at the Super Series. The asset's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Chris Murphy.
Thank you, yes, and Sebastian may well be dented by Dennant. He was beaten 4-1 in his previous match, having gone down by the same scoreline to Steve West in his first, and it's not looking good so far for the young Pole. 2 heavy defeats in the first couple of matches, and first out to play
First
game
leg, it's
3.
Andreas to throw
Owen
first.
Binks gets the action
Game
underway.
on.
Andreas Harrison, having had the worst possible start in his first match when he too was defeated by Dennant. He was beaten 4-0, managed to recover in his second, a 4-2 success
95.
against Conan Whitehead for the Swedish star, one of two in the field for Champions Week. Anton Östlund in Group C later on in the week. For anyone who
58.
is new to the Super Series or just joining us sort of mid-series, the winners of each of 12 weeks make it through to a Champions Week. All of those winners have already pocketed a cool £5,000, but we'll turn that into £25,000 with the additional 20 on offer for the winner at the end of this week. Usual
140
format in terms of the matches and the groups on a Champions Week. The 6 players you've seen in this group. 3 in Group B, Chris Quantock, Daryl Pilgrim and
80.
Moreno Michels. And Östlund, Jim McEwen and Superman Matt Clark in Group C.
133.
Białecki leaves at 170 that Paul Nicholson predicted will definitely go at some point this week. And he's just sat down in his seat to call this one in.
Sebastian Ivakoi, 170.
Oh, this would be very fitting. Couldn't ask for a better first start. Too much to ask for.
134.
Yeah, and maybe for him in particular at the moment, who's finding it heavy going at the moment. Harrison opts for double 18.
37.
Didn't feel
Sebastian Ivakoi,
comfortable.
36.
Didn't look comfortable there. Looked like he was sort of stretching, reaching a little bit. Andreas Harrison, and maybe hoisted by his own petard.
This is the pitfall of double 18.
32.
He misses double 9 way too
Andreas
low as
Ivakoi,
well.
9.
I can't believe he's laid up there, Paul. With Harrison on 9.
Speaking of 4,
Game shot
double
on the
4 is
first
hit for a 1-0 lead for the
Andreas
Swede.
Harrison.
Somewhat fortunate. I don't like the word lucky in darts.
Second
Murph, I'm not
Sebastian
going to
to
lie.
throw first. Game on.
And over the weekend, I heard a lot of people saying unlucky when going for a double. I don't like it. Now, people who are in our profession, they have
99.
pet peeves and things they don't like. Some people don't like momentum. I don't like darts that are called unlucky because you get what you throw.
Do you want to know mine?
100.
It's down similar lines, actually. Should have won the leg or should have won the match.
Could have.
Exactly. They've hit the trebles, but hitting the double is part of it. Just because you're there first doesn't mean that you should have done it. It's like saying,
60.
oh, we should have won, but our striker kept missing.
Yeah, this is what we're educating most of the dart players at the minute. We hear from players from yesterday, I should have won.
140.
You didn't. I could sit here and say, I should have won 2 World Championships. No, I could have possibly won one, but I didn't.
I should have been a millionaire and retired at
100.
30, but I couldn't get out of bed. I should have got out of bed, to be fair.
That's a wonderful 180 from Andreas.
180.
Boy, is he a different player compared to game 1 now. A very different threat. Now, we are going to keep you up to date with how things go here today,
60.
but also we'll keep on top of
Andreas Ivakoi,
what's happening
81.
with the last Challenge Tour event of the season. There has been a big story in the last few minutes. Now, Andreas is going to lay up
41.
for double top with Białecki not on a finish, and this is all of a sudden getting a bit difficult for Sebastian here on day 1 of Champions Week.
Oh, would you throw 180? Would you do it? Does he do it? attempted it.
140. Andreas Ivakoi,
Would
40.
have left double 1.
Game shot on the
He
second
would
leg.
not have come back for
Andreas
it. It's a
Harrison.
kind of attempted shot that it's designed either out of resignation because you think your opponent's going to hit,
I think it's
or
Andreas to throw
to try and
first.
put them off a little bit.
Game on.
I think in this environment, it's maybe not as big a thing, but I think you just got to go for it these days. It's an
140.
aggressive play, and I think you're trying to send a message to your opponent as if to say, I'm on basically one target to get this leg off if you miss. Just so happens that he didn't, but Białecki's finding himself in a dark corner every game he plays at the minute. Everybody seems to be playing really well against him.
140.
Now, that story I was talking about in relation to today's Challenge Tour. Former weekly champion here at the MODUS Super Series, John Henderson, is currently in second
55.
position in a spot for a tour card for the next 2 years and the World Championship. But he is out of today's Challenge Tour event, losing 5-2 to James Hurrell.
100.
Andy Bolton, Owen Bates and Cam Crabtree are still in the tournament trying to chase him down. Big story on top of Champions Week, and we will keep you up to date with that.
Yeah, involving all players that have had success here at the Super Series.
93. Andreas, you've got 121.
Funny that, isn't it?
Is the Swede going to be successful here? Takes off the 25, gets rid of the odd number.
50.
Numerically, it doesn't look like Białecki is playing that badly, averaging over 91. But the timing aspect
86.
and the fact that Harrison's
Andreas,
got the
you've
darts,
71.
because he's averaging 95, it looks dominant. It feels dominant. And it
Games
is
on the
dominant
third leg. Andreas Harrison.
all of a sudden.
Well, how worried are you for Białecki? Is he already
Fourth leg, it's
thinking
Sebastian
about
to throw first.
not
Game
being
on.
a contender for top spot in this group? Or do you go back to what we said earlier, where he could have a day like this where he loses potentially all of his matches, but then could win potentially all of his matches another day?
96.
I think you've got to get out of here with something today. I think you've got to get out with 4 points, because there is the risk that someone's going to have 8 or 10. He's relying on the likes of Dennett
85.
and West slipping up in the second half of play. But if he can walk away with 4 points, that's not panic stations. 2 points, it's a bit scruffy. 0 points, it's Group C, potentially.
95.
Well, the part of the problem is for Sebastian Białecki
100.
that the next player he plays is Conan Whitehead, and that's never going to be an easy game, is it?
It's not as if he is out of his depth. You
100.
mentioned his quarterfinal at the UK Open, but he's been playing against players of this caliber for the last 3 years. He's very comfortable in this company.
180.
Harrison is very comfortable with the way he's playing. He tips the 100 mark for the first time with his second 180 of the match.
58.
Now, have we
Andreas,
underestimated
136.
just how good Harrison is? Because this really has been a brilliant display from him over the last
60.
8 minutes.
That's the require 152.
He's threatening a three-figure average here. It'll be up there as high as we've seen today, around that 98 mark if he goes out in his next visit. Białecki can't threaten a three-figure
96.
finish, so Harrison
Andreas requires
to inflict
76.
a whitewash defeat. And what a turnaround it's been for him, losing his first match 4-0, then winning his second 4-2.
72.
Not yet winning his third.
Sebastian, you require 56.
Double top for Białecki to survive. Very well hit, young man.
Leg. Sebastian Białecki.
You've got to have that quality in your armoury, because sometimes you can win from 3-0 down after
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw
surviving match
first.
starts. It has
Game
happened
on.
before.
He had a big comeback against Luke Littler, didn't he, on finals night himself? I think he was 3-1
60.
behind in that one. So we know that he can spark a surge, and it's only 60 from Harrison. He's already got that, Białecki, with one dart here.
140.
I think we're starting to see this more from players in Eastern Europe. This mentality of not showing their hand. Less emotion.
140.
professionalism. We see it from Ratajski. We see it from Karol Sedlacek. We see it from other Eastern European players as well, where they don't necessarily
59.
celebrate until it's absolutely over. Take someone like Patrik Kovac of Hungary, who won WDF event in Budapest yesterday.
100.
I think he is a star in the making in the next 18 months. Watch out for him. I would like to see him here. I think he could do real damage.
57.
Yeah, another sort of emerging area for darts. I believe there are a few Hungarian representatives at the
100.
upcoming WDF World Championship. In fact, it's the only country where they've got a representative in every category in that tournament.
Yeah, because Luke Littler's gone to Alexandra Palace. He's been replaced by Andras Bolbe, who was a very fine young player.
39. Andrzej Rek, 101.
Well, was the writing on the wall? Was that just a consolation for Białecki, that previous leg? Treble 15 is the target to try and leave his beloved double 18.
45.
But he can still leave if he so chooses when he returns.
If Andreas was going to get a really good walk-on song with his
85.
nickname, it'd have to be
Andreas Rek,
Dirty by Christina
156.
Aguilera. He hits this. He's going to be screaming like Christina.
Game
Wonderful display.
shot on the match.
Superb darts
Andreas
from the Swede
Harrison.
in his second and third games, and a fabulous recovery after losing his first game by 4 legs to 0. He is very much in the fray, is Dirty Harrison now, but Sebastian Białecki is off the stage and is still pointless after 3 games played. 94.97 with a 3-leg win and very tidy doubling, sees Andreas now at 3rd place in the table on the same points as West and Dennett. And when we come back, it will be West up against Whitehead. Could be some 180s in that one.
Champ is back at Champions Week. Conan Whitehead looking to pick up the title for a second time. As far as his day is concerned, well, it's been 1 win, 1 defeat. Got the better of Grundy in his first game by 4 legs to 3 for then being on the reverse of the scoring against Andreas Harrison. He takes on Steve West, and these two have already met in Series 5 so far. But who is going to take the spoils this time? Paul and Chris.
Well, let's find out, because it is two players who are certainly up for the battle, up for the fight. Steve West has had a really strong start to the day. Conan Whitehead got over the line against Rob Grundy, but then went down to to Andreas Harrison, despite the fact that he was averaging 125 after a couple of legs in that game against Harrison, who's since leapfrogged Whitehead in the table. But he can make this very, very interesting reading come the end of this match.
First leg,
if he
it's
wins the
Conan
game,
to throw first.
suddenly
Game on.
we have 4 players on 4 points. Dennant, West, Harrison and Whitehead. And then Dennant could lose to Grundy and they could stay that way. So
140.
we might see over the next couple of games, Paul, whether we are going to see 1 or 2 players pull away or whether it's going to stay nicely bunched up.
There was every chance that it was going to be like this.
60.
And this, to a lot of people, is the fixture of this group. Reputation, experience,
140.
180 reputations as well. This will be game 8 today and game 8 tomorrow. So if you're setting your alarm for this fixture, it will be somewhere around about 11:45 local time. This is my kind of fixture in the Super Series. People who have done a lot here. And
85.
both of them have got, and I do this with inverted commas, by the way, Super Series 3 titles. West has won 3 consecutive weekly titles in qualifying for Champions Weeks, but Conan's already won in Southampton as well. He's one of the greats of this project.
96.
Yeah, like West does have 3 wins here, doesn't he? Because, of course, he won his week, then won the Champions Week, and now he's won a week again to get to this Champions Week. So both
Conan, you require
have
40.
hat-tricks, looking for a 4th
Game
success
shot on
on
the
that
first
stage.
leg. Conan
It's a
Whitehead.
great dart in top from Whitehead to get on top of West in the early exchanges in this one.
Steve isn't
Second
too
against
used to
Steve to throw
losing
first. Game
early today. He's used to getting out of the traps and imposing himself, but not having the darts against Whitehead
95.
could be the reason why he might lose this match, because in tight fixtures like this, that could be the only separator.
100.
He needs to break at some point, and based on the quality that we've seen from these two players already, it might have to be something of the ilk of 12 darts.
41.
He has started games well, hasn't he, Whitehead? He's come out of the traps very quickly in all of his games so far, but maintaining
80.
it for the duration of the match has been the little problem. He could have lost to Grundy. He did lose to Harrison.
134.
There is a very southeast of England look to the stage here. You've got this man from Kent who supports Welling United.
100.
You've got West from the border of Essex and Hertfordshire who supports Tottenham Hotspur, and you've got our referee, the only person I know that supports
85.
Colchester United, but not far between all 3 of them, really, geographically.
It seems a bit of a hassle for the 3 of them to have travelled here today, doesn't it?
60.
Never a hassle.
Stevie
Like you said about the Barbarians, like a home
146.
from home. It'll feel that way for Steve.
I'm not surprised he was started downstairs there. He's so
96.
good on that treble 20 as he just
161.
showcases with his last dart. I thought that would have been the route for Steve West, but he's going to be back.
I'm with you there. I think 146.
59.
I'd find him on the
Stevie
60
required 50.
twice for double 13 if he wants to have 2 darts at the same treble. Tops again for West.
10.
Just needed one more.
Only require 102.
We talked about a break opportunity for him, but how about the other way around?
2 darts in hand,
47.
going for the bullseye to
Steve
try and move
required
double
40.
16 is questionable. Most players have their patterns and stick to them, and that's kind of what happened there. Will Whitehead return? No, he
Game
won't.
shot on the
West
second
levels
leg.
up.
Steve West.
I've watched Steve for a long time. I've shared
The leg, it's Conan
tables
to
with
throw
Steve.
first. Game on.
I've played against him. It's amazing how many times he's not happy with taking a leg with the third dart. I'd be ecstatic with that double five. That's a great shot.
140.
You're under pressure. You've got one dart left. You hit the double you need. He's quite hard to please. But that's one of the reasons why he's done so much in the game.
100.
Because he's constantly wanting more.
You talk to Steve, he will say he feels he is not just one of, but the best player outside of the
140.
And there's no metric to really measure it because he doesn't play Challenge Tour stuff. If he wins here, surely that is a big indication that status could be true.
140.
I think when you win the big dance, you then have the ammunition to say, I am the best. Do you remember when Adrian Lewis
60.
flat out said in an interview, I am the best in the world? It was used as a promo for years.
Yeah, and it was after a world semi-final, by the way. Finally went on to win.
Point proven.
85. Conan, you require 161.
Well, who is the best at the Super Series? Conan looking to conquer and regain the title he won around this time last year.
55.
There have been 3 more series between Raymond Smith, Luke Littler ×2. Conan White looking for his times
90.
to come
And
Saturday
you
night.
require
But the first part
106.
is to get through the endurance encounters Monday to Wednesday and try and book your place there.
46.
Seen quite a lot of darts
Steve, you require
on
86.
finishers where they've missed the big number so far today from a handful of players.
He's missed the big number,
70.
but he found the double to leave another double.
Conan, you require 60.
Yeah, one of those half-safe double shots. Now, this is a tricky shot for Conan White. This 60 is probably the shot that's least enjoyable for him. He'll be grateful to have missed
40.
inside, so he did get a look at a clear bed there.
Steve, you require 16.
You don't find West on double 8 very often.
Game shot on the
You wouldn't
third
think
leg.
it.
Steve West.
He's got a break of throw. He is now favoured for the match. I'm just glad that Steve didn't do what
Four-legged
Johnny Clayton
Steve
did
to throw
the other day
first.
in the European
Game on.
Championship on 86. Johnny hit the bullseye with the third dart after hitting 2 points too many. He bust the shot. West didn't make the same mistake, and there's no mistake there either.
180.
He continues a bit of a trend here by getting at least one 180 in every match he plays here today.
60.
Well, how we'd love him to have 2 in the same leg. That's 4 perfect darts. Had to regrip and maybe just knocked him out of his rhythm a little bit.
140.
You know who did hit a 9-darter on this day in history?
Mark Webster.
He did. 12 years ago.
41.
Do you remember that game that he played against Andre Velga? He had new darts for the day. It was in Sindelfingen, near Stuttgart, on the European Tour. He had a 9-dart leg,
135.
lost the match, never used the darts ever again.
Well, this is
140.
arrow slinging
Steve
from
required
Steve
46.
West. Double top.
Game
Beautiful
shot on the
leg of
fourth leg.
darts.
Steve West.
He's out in 11 and he leads 3-1. Conan Whitehead
it's
began
Conan to
today
throw first.
saying they know. And he was going to show him who's boss, but it's Steve West who is staking his claim for being
140.
the main man in Group A.
Whoever tops the table today is going to feel very good, and dinner's going to taste particularly sweet.
100.
It might even come down to game 15 today, which is Harrison against West. Whitehead has got Dennant in the penultimate game, and
100.
Białowski-Grundy in game 13 to start the final round of the day. At the minute, that's looking more likely to stay in the reckoning. It's another 180 for West.
180.
The things that when they click, he plays well, are being found. Tops is being
57.
found. 180s are being found. No sign of tiredness today from the man playing consecutive weeks.
140. 66.
I think darts
Stevie
2 and
require
3 will
81.
be running scared of Conan now. They didn't do what they were told. Not taking any chances. Bullseye.
56. Currently
Yeah,
yeah,
good
138.
call from Paul there, because he could have opted to try and leave an outer ring double and then not had to come back for just 2 at such a target. Steve West will have to make sure that he hits the required single number first here.
63. Stevie
Interesting
require
call there from
25.
Conan. He didn't want to go for the 60. 88 for West for a 3rd consecutive win.
Game shot and the
Very
match.
good once again.
Steve West.
Just proving that that mid-90s range is going to get you very far. As soon as he got that break of throw in leg 3, he did not look back. He ends up getting another to win that game by 4 legs to 1. The conflab continues on the stage between the referee and the winner, but that's the proof that West is the man at the top on 6 points. He can be caught, however, in the next game as Matthew Dennant takes on Rob Grundy, and 2 more points will be on offer after this short break.
Hello again and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Where before the break, Steve West, the man who made a hat-trick of weekly wins, made it a hat-trick of wins today, getting the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 1 before the break. Next up, Matt Denner looking to retain his 100% record as far as this week is concerned. He takes on Rob Grundy, looking to get on the board this week. Watching this one is Chris and Paul.
Yeah, can Dennant do what Steve West has just done and make it a hat-trick of victories? Dennant with that flying start, 4-0 against Andreas Harrison, although the performance level wasn't up to the Steve West standard in that one, but he did grow into the day with that fabulous 4-1 defeat of Sebastian Białecki when he really put some points on his average.
Game on!
And you've got a couple of players who have won very recently on the Super Series stage. You're actually the ones that are emerging as the form horses. Is there something in that, Paul?
100.
There might be. I think what this little group of players towards the top of the table right now are thinking is, let's try and make this Group A scenario a bit smaller. Let's try and make it, instead of it being a 6-person group, let's make it a 4-person group. By simple mathematics,
95.
your chances get better at 25% rather than something a lot less than that. There's always a risk that this could happen.
95.
But if Dennant wins and goes to 6 points, Grundy and Białecki are cut adrift after only 3 rounds of play.
Rather than some really big games
96.
to come, Białecki against Whitehead. If he were to beat him in the game that follows this, you could say we've got a table of 2 halves all of a sudden.
Absolutely, and I didn't think we'd be saying that about Whitehead considering his start.
140.
He won his first game.
Yeah, that was against Grundy, who has left himself on the big fish. Well, Dennant doing some working out here.
That is 35. He's on 175.
53.
Yeah, so I think
Well,
he
we
must have
require
been
170.
worried about the darts that were there, getting a deflection there, thinking about where else could he go.
A worst case scenario, he hits another 5 and he leaves 170.
Best case scenario, he hits another treble 20 and takes out 170, but it's not going to happen.
134. Mate, you reckon 157.
This would be hurtful.
Well, he had a determination to leave that finish. It didn't work out for him. And Rob Grundy,
Robbie required 36.
like Andreas Harrison, does like to leave double 18.
Game shot
And he
the
likes
first
to hit
leg.
double 18.
Rob
Although he hasn't
Grundy.
hit it much today, hence a reaction.
We do have some expressive players here in Group A, don't we? With
Second
West,
against Rob to throw
Whitehead and
first.
Grundy.
Game on.
But then on the other side of things, you have players like Białecki and Dennant and Harrison who tend to play their cards closer to their chest. Have you ever thrown darts with stems that
63.
short, Murph? Because you've thrown a few darts in your time.
Yeah, none of them have gone where I wanted them to go. So I've probably tried everything, convincing myself that it must be the darts. And one day I'll pick them up and I'll be able to do that.
140.
Well, one thing you do find from someone like Dennant is not a great deal of change. He's got barrels he loves, doesn't usually change the length of the stem, but look at those.
100.
It's almost as if the stem part of his darts is purely just to make sure that the flight can be attached. It's nothing to do with length at all.
85.
And they are very, very hard to throw these things.
Tiny little stems in the back of those darts, but doing the trick.
180.
You do see a lot of players who throw darts that lean towards the ground like those of Rob Grundy are actually quite long. I think of Justin Pipe, who, if he'd have had that 180, the flight of his dart would be almost over the
Robbie required
bullseye.
158.
Yeah, at least with that stem being so short, he's not going to cover many things at all. Maybe just a tiny portion of the small 20.
92.
This is a good start from Grundy, who would dearly love to get off the mark against one of the top dogs.
180.
What a great recovery from
Robbie
Dennant.
required 66.
Will it trouble Grundy How is he going to go back for that double 18? That is the plan. And that is
Game's
the
on the
outcome.
second leg.
He's found it. I
Rob
assure you that wasn't a
Grundy.
replay. Rob Grundy reacting again. Right, when are you going to stop saying wow? Because you're hitting it now.
Feel like it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what it's like? It's like going on a very long walk up a hill. And there's a well at the top of the hill. And you've got a coin in your pocket. And you think,
96.
oh, I'll throw the coin in the well. And you're surprised that it falls so far.
An insight into how Paul Nicholson spent his
100.
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, the South Downs are beautiful this time of year. But you're going for a double 18 that you like. Don't be surprised if you hit it.
58.
Yeah, he's talking about pet peeves in darts. When you play darts and your opponent sort of beating you and reacting like they're playing terribly, it almost feels a bit disrespectful to you, doesn't it?
135.
Yeah, people who apologise for beating you. Ugh. Horrible. I once got heavily
60.
beaten by a player and they complained that I played too slowly. And my response was, you've just beaten me. What more do you want?
Well, what Rob Grundy wants is 2 more legs.
136.
And he's closing in on one of them here. This was not on the cards, was it?
Certainly wasn't.
57.
It's a
Robbie
bit of a
Roberts,
result for Steve West as
130.
well, who will be standalone at the top of the table after 3 sets of fixtures if Grundy can close the door on this game.
But remember, Murph, nobody in any group of
58.
situation ever has won every game. It's one of the only things that haven't been done here in the MODUS Super Series.
60. Robbie requires 72.
Well, can Grundy win every single leg in this game? Double top,
Game shot in the
and he
third
can hit
leg.
any double.
Rob Grundy.
He'll argue with all of them after he's hit them, but he can hit them. He's 3 out of 3.
Looks like he's 3-0
Rob
down.
to throw first.
Puffing of the
Game on.
cheeks. Play like you're really, really disappointed, Rob. It seems to work. 104.86 average for 3 legs and 3 out of 3 in the doubles. This is faultless.
It's Rob Grumpy at the
96.
MODUS Super Series Champions Week.
Oh, there's a great nickname for him. Grundy Cat.
Well, he seemed much happier when he was
54.
struggling earlier on, doesn't he? But this is absolutely exceptional stuff from Grundy. You'd have expected this to have been flip-flopped before the game started, but you mentioned it, 104
59.
average, 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
I think the key thing here is that Denon hasn't had any. He's maintained
140.
having at least a 180 in every game. In fact, in his first 2 games, he's had 2. But it's not about 180s, it's about doubles that give you the legs that you need for points. And Grundy seems to have the answer so far here at the end of round 3.
100. $96.
You know what they call people from Hartlepool, don't you? They call them monkey hangers. Look into it on the internet. Interesting story. But
58.
right now he's hanging Denon out to dry.
Denon can find a way back here. He's in a decent-ish position in this leg, but a lot depends on this exchange.
99.
He gets a 1 treble visit. If Grundy can do the same, he'll be on a 2-darter. Denon needs all 3 to finish.
He's got to move here. 2 single 19s minimum to leave 130.
96.
But he gets better than that. That's a really good last start.
112.
Can still do it.
87.
And almost did.
Robbie Raquan, 92.
Could be the worst possible scenario. Yeah, for Matthew Dennett, 17 off. Leaves 75. That does not leave 50.
I couldn't find the 25, and if Dennant can take out 25, then it's game on. And until you've crossed the line, it seems more difficult to do.
84.
What we have seen today are a lot of missed singles.
Matt, you require
So
25.
guarantee the single here and give yourself 2 shots, Matt. Very well done. Double 4. And he
Game's
did
on
need the second
fourth
shot.
leg.
So there you go.
Matt
This game
Dennant.
might just be starting.
Break a throw. Dennant now with the darts in a fifth leg. A fifth leg that Grundy was
Fifth leg, it's
hoping to
Matt to
avoid.
throw first. Game on.
There is a little bit of chemistry. There's something in this game, isn't it?
100.
The feel of Matthew Dennant against somebody from Teesside. That famous story of if Glenn Durrant hadn't beat
95.
Matthew Dennant at Q School, where would he have gone for 2 or 3 years after that? It's one of those stories of law
93.
in darts, isn't it? If Dennant had hit that shot, Durrant might not have won 2 PDC titles in a Premier League.
He'd have probably ended up commentating on the MODUS Super Series, wouldn't he?
60.
Takes us back to that destiny point from the start of the day.
Yeah. You make your own destiny. Glenn made his. Maybe Matt's about to get his this week.
59.
Well, you know what? We were sort of laughing and joking about the Rob reactions when he was hitting the doubles, but it also tells you that he's not entirely comfortable with how he's played today. And there may be body language that Dennant
100.
could have fed off. He is the epitome of keeping his calm, staying cool and collected. And Rob Grundy was almost telling him that he's not confident in hitting a match-winning double. Not confident in hitting a leg-winning double, even though he's done it 3 times out of 3.
Yeah, there's a word that goes through my mind when I see somebody beating me but not exuding positivity. I still think they're susceptible.
140. Mate,
If you can just get that first leg and plant that little seed of doubt and keep going, you might just get your chance.
75.
But he might be put away.
Robbie require 106.
Another opportunity. It was 92 in the last leg to win 4-0. He didn't get a shot at a double then, but this time he does.
And he goes to that double 18, which he's hit twice already.
88.
But it's not there for him
Mate, you
when
require
he needs it
40.
to win a match. Remember, he's already missed a good handful of match darts today. Did it in his first match against Conan Whitehead. Can he
20.
finally
Robbie
cross the
require
line
18.
and turn a performance into a victory?
Nobody likes double 9. That's why. Small number, odd double, it can be awkward. Small numbered even double, however, does give him the
Game
victory.
shot on the match.
A first
Rob
victory of the day
Grundy.
for Rob Grundy, and that ensures that Steve West will top the table. He remains undefeated after 3 rounds of play. That's a first defeat for Matthew Dennant. First posturing to the camera of the day as well comes from the man from Hartlepool, and it's a good display as well. Good doubling, 4 from 6 and 94.82. That range of around 94 to 97, that's getting a lot of people some good wins today. When we come back, it will be the start of our penultimate round of fixtures.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where we are 3 rounds down on our first day in our quest to find out who is going to lift this trophy. This is what we've seen so far today. And as far as Steve West's morning has gone, well, it couldn't have got any better. A hat-trick of 4-1 victories to kickstart his day means that he has taken the early ascendancy. Elsewhere, Matt Dennett won his first 2 matches, but was beaten for the first time before the break against Robert Grundy, who picked up his first win of the day. So that is the order of play. These are the results from the game. These are the tables from the games that we've seen so far today. Steve West has opened up a 2-point gap at the top of the table from Matt Dennett, and Andreas Harrison in second spot, having won his last 2 matches, having lost his opener. Rob Grundy and Conan Whitehead both on 2. Sebastian Białecki looking to get his first victory of the day, and he is in action in our next match. He takes on the former champion Conan Whitehead. He's looking to pick this trophy up for a second time. Talking about people that have picked up TV trophies, Paul Nicholson is down in the commentary box. He's alongside Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Not sure what Paul ever won, but thanks very much for that lovely intro. As we see a man who picked up the trophy here, Conan Whitehead, taking on Sebastian Białecki, who's left in the Lonely Darts Club at the moment, having not picked up any points so far today. And we were just talking off air, if he is to lose this game and then Steve West wins his next one against Matthew Dennett, then there'll be an 8-point gap to bridge, probably too far already in terms of trying to top Group A and get through to finals night from it.
I have to agree. There's always the danger of this happening throughout 4 or 5 rounds of play at the start of the week. Someone always feels
First
like
leg,
they're
it's Sebastian
just a bit more behind the 8 ball.
on.
Maybe down towards the bulk cushion, and they have the yellow and the green in the way. But the problem that Białecki's got is that he's not just losing his games, he's losing them quite heavily as well.
81.
He lost 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, and that really has been the result of the day so far.
49.
Because the last 5 games have only involved 5 legs. You may be thinking that because it's Champions Week, a lot of these games will be close, and I would have to agree most of the time, but not so much today. And just remember that if you are having a little bit of a flutter today on things like over 5.5 legs per game, please gamble responsibly, over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
85.
Well, they were nice, closely bunched darts from Conan Whitehead, who, well, you can see why he went for the bull. Usually he would do that after the dart that was in the treble, but so confident he was of finding the treble with the last one, he did it first.
You're seeing that a bit more these days. People are not using the bullseye at the end of
60.
The 3-dart approach. They're actually using it in the middle so they can have options with their last dart treble.
Yeah, on that particular shot, he didn't really have any options, did he? If he missed it, he was going to miss. Of course, if you hit the bull, then it does maybe guide your next decision. But again, Conan Whitehead has started a match brilliantly.
47.
Started his last game with a 13-dart leg. Didn't win another leg after that. That's a lovely single. To the right of centre means he doesn't have to move.
Sebastian,
intentional as well, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Anything he does is intentional. There's no accidents on the dartboard when it comes to Conan.
93. Conan, you require 40.
Spoke about 60 being a difficult finish for Whitehead. 40 is a lovely finish because you can put a very inviting marker above it. Tried it there. Didn't quite come off. And now
Sebastian, you
Białecki
require 40.
gets an opportunity. This is a leg which he threw first, but has trailed all the way
On
through.
the first leg.
But has won in the end.
Sebastian Białecki.
Are we going to see Białecki pick up his first points?
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first.
7 out of 22 for the day on doubles. So he's less than 33%.
94.
We always judge players here at the Super Series by 33 to 34% on doubles. If you start falling below 33%, that's where you are susceptible to losing legs like that
85.
one. But I think in Champions Week, we start to talk about players nearer that 40% mark, don't
100.
Absolutely. And let's not forget that most players came into this day on some kind of winning run. The only one that's got it left is Steve West. Lost his opening group game on Saturday night, didn't he, against Reece Colley?
80.
But then won his second, won his semi-final, won the final, of course, and now 3 straight victories on Monday. So it's 6 successive wins for Steve West.
100.
You never know. He might break the record of consecutive wins, which still stands for one of our Champions Week players in Jim McEwen. 16 straight wins is the record.
140.
So with West now winning 3 at the end of Saturday and 3 here. Only 10 more to go to equal that record.
24.
He's my dark horse, you know, as well, Jim McEwen. I think if I was going to pick a favourite, I'd say Steve West, and I'd go for Jim McEwen as a dark horse, just because of the way he won his week and off the back of that fabulous run at the seniors when he got to the final of the Masters.
66.
I just remember what we were saying going into the first Super Series Champions Night.
60.
A lot of people fancied
Sebastian
Graham
Yamakoma,
Usher.
130.
He didn't win a leg in the final.
$90. Conan Yamakoma, 123.
That was nicely done to leave tops. And Whitehead cannot finish after that dart.
Second half of play today might be
65.
very different to the
Sebastian
first half.
Yamakoma, 40.
I mentioned earlier that if Białowieski can get out of here with 4 points, he'll feel so
James on the
much better.
second there.
He's got to beat Whitehead
Sebastian Białowieski.
and he's got to beat Grundy. Not easy, but 4 points and he's still in the race.
Third
He
against
gets a little bit of
Sebastian
help
to
on
throw
top of that.
first. Game on.
He's very much in it. These are 2 players who know a great deal about doing things the long way
95.
in a week. They have experience of winning a Group A situation, but they also know how to do it the other way.
45.
Only 1 game today has gone the whole distance. And Chris Murphy made the prediction that Conan will be involved or possibly will win more 4-3s this week than anybody. I'm going to stand by him on that one, but so far today, he's 100% because there's only been 1 game that's gone the distance and he did win it.
He is the only player, as we've mentioned, to have
59.
won a series before, but we have got former finalist in Matt Clark. We've got a former semi-finalist
52.
in Daryl Pilgrim, another one in Steve West. There's a lot of experience in what still is a young tournament.
59.
See, I'm an advocate for having a certain phrase attached to a player who's done a certain thing here in Portsmouth. So if you've won a week, you become a Super Series icon.
94.
If you win a series, you
Sebastian
become a
Yamakoma,
legend.
151.
Win 2 series.
A myth. Because Littler's not coming back.
Well, I think the way the Super Series
91.
is formatted, that there are roughly 3 series a year. Every 13 weeks we get a Champions Week.
140.
I think if he had won
Sebastian
3, that would have
Yamakoma,
been
60.
very difficult for anybody to ever match.
Very true.
And Luke's legacy is there to be equalled by Conan Whitehead this week, but Sebastian Białowieski is
Game shot on the
bossing
third
this
day.
starting duel
Sebastian
against the
Białowieski.
Barbarian. And it's 3 legs on the spin. After Whitehead, of course, came
Look, it's
out
Conan to throw first.
flying in that first leg, but passed up the opportunities to win it.
He just never panics. Białowieski's the kind of person you want to
43.
battle for you on a submarine. Because stick him under pressure, underwater, and he just wouldn't flap. It's like he's been playing darts under pressure his whole
58.
life. And he's only been on the planet for 20 years.
Just doing some stretches in the background there, feeling much more comfortable
41.
than he might have been before this game, when he would have had a weight on his shoulders. We were talking about him potentially being 8 points off the pace. He could end up after this round of fixtures just 4 points off the pace, suddenly in the race to win this group.
Well, he does have a bit of a problem between himself and Steve West as it stands. He's currently 18 legs adrift of West. However, if he wins 4-0, he will cut that almost in half if West was to have a heavy defeat against Matthew Dent, which is game 12.
And what's interesting there is that
59.
Conan Whitehead's actually thrown more darts at double. They came in the opening leg. Białecki has been in punishing mood and has been immaculate
59.
on the outer ring.
You give that compliment to any dart player and they will love it. They love the word immaculate. Dart players are perfectionists. They don't like odd numbers and they expect to hit everything they go for.
140.
You won't, but they still expect it.
Well, he'll be expecting to hit the 104 and inflict the whitewash on Whitehead.
125. Sebastian, you require 104.
Some way to get a first victory of Champions Week. 44 remaining.
Change of plan. He's gone away from double 16.
84.
Wow.
Only you require 133.
That was short by a long way.
Yeah, no pressure on him. The hesitation there may have just been a slight distraction, a self-distraction for Białecki, but he'll return now. No choice
71.
about what double to throw out. Just, you know what you've got, and you know how to hit it. And he has hit it, and he's hit Conan Whitehead hard. A 4-0 success for Sebastian Białecki. Gets the Polish player his first points of Champions Week. He lost his first 3 fixtures, but in game 4, he gets a win that actually turns things around and puts Whitehead to the foot of the table. Such was the dominance of Białecki in that match. Missed 1 match start, 4 out of 5 on the doubles in the end, but those missed doubles in the first leg cost Conan Whitehead, who loses 4-0. And we will be back in just a few moments' time with a match between Robert Grundy and Andreas Harrison.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Tickets to find out who's going to pick that trophy up on Saturday are very limited, but tickets for Series 6 are available on dartshop.tv. So why don't you come and join us here on the south coast of Portsmouth on a Saturday evening for live dart in action at the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw the former champion, the former winner of that trophy, Conan Whitehead, be defeated by Sebastian Białecki by 4-0. Next up is Rob Grundy in action against Andreas Harrison, being watched by Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. Now, what do we do after that one? That came out of the clear blue sky, didn't it? With Białecki winning 4-0 against Conan Whitehead. And my commentary colleague for the day, Chris Murphy, eloquently put the fact that Conan Whitehead is now in the basement of the table. On leg difference, he has 2 points alongside Sebastian and this man right here, who won his previous game by 4-1 against Matthew Dennant. So just when we start talking about big gaps between the top and the bottom, that gap is not as big as we thought it could be.
First leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
So with this one, Grundy is looking to get to 4 points. Harrison is looking to get to 6 with Steve West. I think we have to start looking at the likes of Grundy and Białecki with slightly different eyes based on what we've seen at the start of this round, Murph.
45.
Yeah, I would agree. I think we are starting to see a separation. We're starting to see whether or not there will be a separation is probably the better way to put it.
140.
If Harrison wins this game, then he'll have that buffer over Grundy.
100.
A minute difference between the way that Harrison's and Grundy's darts land in the ball, but it could be one that makes all the difference because Harrison's darts land basically flat.
60.
And that means he's got the ability to go above or below a marker dart. I mean, that one's not in the way of anything, is it?
If you were to draw a line between the release point of the hand
We'll be back 161.
and the dart hitting the board, I guarantee you the loop or the arc of the dart in the air would be a lot more curvy for Harrison than it would be for Grundy because his darts are flying a lot faster and they're skidding through the air with that dart or the flight dragging the dart through the air.
100.
It's like looking at two different types of spin baller. You might get someone like Mushtaq Ahmed who gets a lot of loop. And you might get someone like Phil Tufnell who gets it to skid through the air a little bit more.
60.
Well, that was interesting. Went for tops and went above tops. So had to actually move away from that plan. He did move away from it. Fair play for improvising there, but I'm not sure about it in the first place.
Well, can I say something that I don't usually say? In that previous visit, Rob Grundy did everything wrong.
Game shot on the first.
He did everything right there, but everything he did in the previous visit was wrong. Not one thing did he do right.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I don't know when people are going to get the message that going tops when an opponent is not on a finish is so far wrong
60.
that it's not even in the book of wrong.
Yeah, well, some would even say going tops with 3 darts in hand at any point is not the wisest thing to do.
I've seen players do it here. I've seen Richard North do it. I've seen Gary Anderson do it on the tour many, many times to great effect. But I still don't agree with it.
To be fair, the way his darts land, Rob Grundy, you could have maybe understood if he actually threw 2 single 20s to leave tops, because he would have left it clear.
Maybe that's what he was doing. He's just overpitched the first one. If that's what he was going to do, then I fully agree with it. But 2 double tops for me, no.
96.
I think you've just got to play the dartboard and play the probabilities well. When you've got time on your side,
45.
do the equivalent of the safe shot and then do the risky one if you get 1 attempt.
Well, there you just see the difference in the way the darts are landing in the board. Low one's good for Grundy. Harrison's don't matter too much, but what we have seen a couple of times is that flight of the dart from Harrison go really wayward and end up, look at that, just dropping dramatically before it hits the board.
That's what I mean about the loop in the air.
60.
The dart climbs through the air and it hovers and it drops dramatically at the end.
A couple of times I've seen him throw errant darts into the 5 segment. Grundy will have to switch after that one and does so successfully.
96.
You can see that Grundy's darts are very direct. They're flying very straight, whereas these ones do have a little kink at the end where the flight goes left. You can see it right there. And that is
60.
accentuated even more
Robbie
by
Rock,
collisions.
125.
Treble 20 will leave him on tops. He's going to have time on his side again here.
65.
Starting to see the players that were behind getting the results. And if Matt Dennant can do that against Steve West, then suddenly we'll have 2 players on 6, 2 on 4 and 2 on 2.
41. Robbie requires 60.
So far, so good for Rob. And this is not what we've seen from Harrison the last couple of rounds.
I do think one thing that happens quite a lot with these darts players who do lay them flat or
135.
stack them is that they often get attracted to the dart that's already in the board. So when they're a long way off it, that can be a problem. Treble 20 here would have left the bullseye.
99.
Does the next best
Robbie
thing and leaves his
requires
favourite
20.
double.
We know that 2-0 is not safe, but you'd rather be 2-0 up than 2-0 down.
Game shot in the second leg.
Just
Rob
ask both of
Grundy.
these players right now because they both have experience of those statements.
Well, we're not getting the same level of
first. Game on.
reaction from Rob Grundy as we were in the first match. We always get the same level of reaction from Andreas Harrison. 0.
The last time we saw somebody 2-0 up was in game 4. In fact, that was the last time we had a game that involved 6 legs or more. And that was the game where Harrison was 2-0 down and won 4-2.
Yeah, 2-0 up and lose Conan Whitehead. Since then, we had that run of 4-1s and then a 4-0 win for Sebastian Białecki against the same player.
100.
Oh, this day would be boring if we had 3 dominant players and 3 people really struggling. In the words of one of the best players not to have played at the MODUS Super Series, father of Chris Dobie, Gordon Dobie, he likes to say, well, it makes it exciting, doesn't it? He used to say that to everybody in our darts team when he went 2-0 down in a Super League game. Best of 5, you were 2-0 down, he'd say, it's all right, makes it exciting. How right he is.
140.
We have seen, as you say, very one-sided games today. The early moments of matches have been quite important, apart from if you're Conan Whitehead, who seems to have come flying out of the traps. Even in the last match, he lost 4-0, but he had a much stronger first leg than his opponent, who ended up picking his pocket.
Yeah, he didn't get another darted double in the next 3 legs.
180.
And he's doing it again.
119.
Finding better stuff when there's a deficit. However, he could be stopped in his tracks.
62 left.
Well, it will just be 1 at the smallest target on the board.
94. Andreas required 24.
I think some people take real comfort in knowing there's a referee on the stage to give them a hand on those scores.
Game shot in the third leg.
Could have helped Rob for a 3-0 lead, but Andreas stops him by taking that double 6. That was needed.
Full flag, it's Andreas
he wants to keep this little run going himself.
Well, what is currently atop of the table tussle will occur next between Steve West and Matt Dennant. If Dennant wins that, he'll go level on points
99.
with Steve West. Potentially go top of the table on leg difference, depending on the margin of victory. But it might not be the top two come the end of the match, because, of course, Harrison himself is looking to get his
58.
tally to 6 here.
Played at the World Cup in Denmark with the Swedish team, didn't he?
140.
Month or so. And I think Swedish darts is starting to get a little bit of momentum at the minute with Östlund, with Harrison, and some other people continually
140.
doing bits like Dennis Nielsen and Daniel Larson. A lot of people tend to forget that Andreas has played at a World
98.
Championship before. Played at the BDO World Championship, what turned out to be the last BDO World Championship at the O2 in London.
98.
That was very weird, that tournament.
164.
Very, very weird.
$60.
Well,
You're looking for 105 plus here, aren't you?
yeah, he really wants to be on a 2-darter. Some may argue Harrison is on a 2-darter himself, but he's got the plus, Paul.
I've seen people take out 104 and 2 against me before. It hurts.
135. Andreas, you require
I
104.
guarantee you he's not going to go 54 bull.
What he will do is get the 54 to go 32, and he's very close to that.
88.
Took a bit of metal off the
Well,
wire
he
with that
requires
dart.
70.
Grundy trying to keep control of this contest.
$46.
Wild one.
Andreas, you require 16.
Andreas is a real wild child. Looks like a wild child. He looks like he
Angel
belongs on
the
a
fourth
Harley.
leg. Andreas Harrison.
But it's 2-2 all of a sudden. It's been a big series for Sweden, like we mentioned. We've got 2 players
Fifth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
in Champions
Game on.
Week, but we did have another Swede in Victor Tingström a few weeks ago. And boy, did he throw darts very hard.
96.
Yeah, good times for Sweden. Oskar Lukasiak as well was here. We haven't seen Daniel Larsson, who many regard as the top player in Sweden.
Yeah, too busy running his supermarket chain.
100.
Yeah, always dealing in checkouts.
60.
If he ever does come to the Super Series, we'll have to play some sort of crazy game show for the week. We'll get him to play against
140.
Philip Shibesta from the Czech Republic, and we could do Check It Out with someone who actually owns a supermarket chain.
$99.
Well, in terms of Swedish success here, you would say it's advantage Harrison at this point, but probably needs a treble to keep that advantage and hasn't got one.
59.
Yeah, this one's on a knife edge, all right. It's one of those games that you have to work really hard to get the points.
45.
You're fighting your own mind. Because when you're 2-0 up, you think, well, this is mine. But when somebody fights back against you, it's an internal battle. You're not fighting the other player, you're fighting
60.
yourself. That's quite unfortunate.
60.
Sometimes you can hit that
42.
flight or barrel and it can kiss its way into the 60, but he just underthrew it. As a result, he's got 141
102.
instead of a
He
2-darter,
141.
like 101, like the 104 that we mentioned. It is a 2-darter. Well, this is a 3-darter.
And you can feel that he potentially senses
109.
this
Andreas
is
require 40.
being released from his grip.
Game
Harrison
shot
has
on the
taken
fifth leg.
control. It's a break.
Andreas
He leads
Harrison.
3-2. He will throw for a third victory from 4.
And we have some breaking news from the Challenge Tour as well. One of the
Significance
people
Andreas to
trying
throw
to take
first.
John Henderson out of
Game
the top
on.
2 in the order of merit has been eliminated. And his name is Andy Bolton. He has lost in the last 16 of the final Challenge Tour event of the year.
85.
Andy is not going to go to Alexandra Palace. However, in that race, a certain Owen Bates is still going. He's into the quarterfinals.
125.
And within 2 games of taking out John Henderson. However, somebody else is there as well. But Cam Crabtree is currently 4-1 down to, well, someone who's going to be here later in the
60.
week. You just never know when
58.
Andreas is down. Is this going to be one of the keys to success this week? That he just doesn't panic even if he's 2 or 3 down? I wonder what it's like to be in his head.
140.
Does he panic internally and is just able to move with it? Whereas players like Grundy or West or Whitehead might just air out their frustrations like that. You're never going to see Andreas do that, are you?
Cause for frustration there. You can understand it from Grundy, but although it didn't bear out that way in the previous match, I just get the sense that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
60.
Grundy has thought himself out of this match. Can he fight his way back into it?
124.
He does have that follow through every now and again where the arm twists
156.
and he places the palm towards the ceiling. He doesn't fully complete the follow through. What he's got to do is make sure that the arm does not twist too much on it.
140. Will be required
Well, now,
74.
he can't afford to miss anything. Doesn't miss that. Can't miss this.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
doesn't.
leg. Rob Grundy.
It's 3-3. He didn't win.
Wow. Well, it tells you he doesn't know where his head's at.
Seventh
won
and
the match.
final leg. It's Rob
Wow.
to throw first.
Who sang that song? Where's
Game
your head
on.
at? Basement Jacks, wasn't it?
Well, we did actually, for the first time, get some kind of reaction from Andreas Harrison there, laughing at his opponent. It is the first time
58.
we've gone 4-3 since Rob Grundy lost out to Conan Whitehead in game 2 today. And he had darts to win that match.
Well, here's the funny thing about that exchange there.
100.
He hits that shot. He thinks he's won. That actually does send a chemical reaction around your body. One of happiness. It's a hit of serotonin. And now that he's got to continue to play to get that win that he thought he had,
45.
it's a very hard turnaround in a short space of time.
What makes it more sort of unbelievable that he thought he'd won the match? He was actually behind when he hit that winning
180.
double for that leg. He wasn't in front at 2-1 or even level at 2-2. He was actually losing.
59.
And that maximum from Harrison means that he might end up losing as well.
This could be the strangest
140.
game of the week. He thought he won. He didn't. And then he could end up in the sin bin.
60. Andreas require 81.
71 left with 2. He will take the layup. Single 18. And he will be
41.
back for what looks like a world-class ending leg for 3 consecutive wins.
Well, it could be a match that both players win. Rob Grundy thought he already had. But Andreas
43.
Harrison
Andreas require 40.
looking at tops for a 13 darter. And now, what kind of celebration will he
Game shot on the
give?
match.
Well, it is the
Andreas Harrison.
Expected, muted, modest way of celebrating a victory. A victory his opponent had already celebrated earlier in the match. A bizarre bout, but it's one that goes the way of Andreas Harrison. Rob Grundy cannot double his win tally for the day, and Andreas Harrison gets a hat-trick of wins. He's won 3 from 4 and is now hot on the heels of Steve West at the top of the table on the same points, but West plays next against Matt Dennant.
Well, in darts, it's never over until it's over, but then you need to work out when it's over. Rob Grundy thought he'd won the match against Andreas Harrison. In fact, he'd go on to lose the last leg decided to the Swede by 4 legs to 3, just to pile on the misery for the man from the northeast. Right, next up for us, Steve West, for whom it'd be his destiny to go and pick up the Super Series trophy this week. He takes on Matt Dennant, a first appearance at Champions Week for him. Watching this one, Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much. Yes, Matt Dennant has got a bit of chasing to do. In fact, he's got more than one job to do in this game. He might even have 3 on his plate. One, he's got to get back on the winning train. He wants to join Steve West on 6 points. But in doing that, he could accomplish his 3rd mission in stopping West getting to 8 points. If Dennant wins this game, nobody will be perfect today.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
But it has been excellent from West today, hasn't it? 4-1 against Sebastian Białowieski. 4-1 against Grundy.
140.
And 4-1 against Whitehead. That's why his leg difference currently sits at +9 after 3 games with a perfect 6 points.
140.
And when you consider reputation coming into this game, what Dennant has done in qualifying through week 11 and what West has done throughout his whole career, 180s could be at a premium in this game. And if we get 6 or 7 legs,
46.
Who knows how many 180s could be found?
Yeah, the 2 most recent weekly winners going head to head.
58.
And Steve West looking to extend that lead at the top of the table.
I always talk about how you can condense tournament play.
100.
I use the World Match Play as an example because you can play your first round match on a Tuesday. Or is it a Monday night? It's a Monday night.
140.
And all of a sudden, the tournament becomes a 7-day tournament, not a 9-day tournament. It's accentuated even more here at the MODUS Super Series because for West, or someone who wins in week 12, it's a 2-week tournament,
38.
not a 3-month tournament.
Interesting ploy from Steve West. 18 for double 10. Again, for me, that just stinks of confidence.
Single against Matt to throw first. Game on.
That's one of those statements. It sounds like an insult, but it's actually a really big compliment. Well, it's not quite the
123.
What is it? The Luke Littler hates double 18, and he'd go. Is it 16 double 10?
Well, it's not just the choice to
180.
split pot. It's splitting on 18 for double 10. It's filled with jeopardy. The treble busts you. The double leaves you on double 1.
134.
I know he should be hitting the big fat target as a player, but it just says confidence to me. And he kicks off with a 180 in the leg that follows.
44.
I'm going to ask you a really blunt question now because it is the end of October. If Steve West goes on to win a 4th weekly title here this week, 3 qualifying titles and 1 Super Series, does he go to Q School or does he just stay playing here?
148.
I think he's happy. And I think he'll carry on being happy doing what he's doing. But people always want more, and what Dennant wants is double 14.
120.
You must have been in a similar situation, even if it's not doing what he's doing on a stage.
50.
You weren't intending to go to Q School, but suddenly, I practiced well today. I might go.
Time will tell. Surely.
No score.
Well, that one went way left of target, and West could pinch it with our 2nd ton plus finish of the day. Yeah, you heard that right.
He got the first. It was a 140 when he got 2 treble 20s, and then the double 10 that he hit in the opening leg of this one. Couldn't reel in the big fish. Can Dennant deliver double 7? He can in the end, or he took his time getting there, but it's all square at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it's quite amazing when you think of the quality that we've seen today.
Look
Lots of
Steve
stuff
to throw first.
in the mid-90s. We are yet to have a ton plus average. Steve West got the best of the day, 98.09 in his first win of the day, which did include that 140 checkout. But only 1 ton plus finish.
And it was a whopper. We haven't had a ton plus finish that's just been treble, single, double all day.
Yeah, something like a 101 or 104, something like that, which is very common. That might be the only one of the day.
121. There's
a nice pace about this game. This is the kind of game that Steve likes to play. He likes to get in amongst it, but I think he'd rather play against someone who is no nonsense.
Mentioned that European Championship quarter-final run a few years ago. Didn't he, in 2018, have a great game with you?
No, well, he should. Well, I'm going to go back to could, not should.
So you had a great game with Van Gerwen.
Yeah.
Nearly beat him, and then he beat Van Gerwen.
Correct.
Yeah, that was right, yeah. So he could have had a great game with you.
He ended up having a very good game against Michael. And Michael still has not won the European Championship since 2017.
Yeah, won all of his 4 European Championships in a row, didn't he, Van Gerwen?
94.
Hasn't won since.
Matthew requires 71.
Kind of strange.
Right, 71, treble 13, single 18, double 20.
51.
Couldn't quite be done.
Steve, you've required 54.
I'd be turning around here and thinking the leg is over. But it isn't.
34.
Well, you would have fancied that double 10, having intentionally left it to win leg 1. Now Dennant can
game shot in the 3rd leg.
Give him a taste of his own medicine, and leads this match 2-1, and has the throw.
You know, the darts is full of anomalies. I always use the same examples as well, and they are very good examples. Mark Webster's got one PDC title.
57.
To the lay dart player or lay darts fan, they might think that's completely false, but it is true. Steve West has no PDC titles. He was very close
60.
once against Michael Van Gerwen in a floor tournament. He was within 2 darts of it.
I remember it very, very well. He had 110 left, and he hit a big 5 with his first dart in a last leg decider, and then couldn't finish. Van Gerwen went
96.
out, and West chance had gone.
$58.
Matthew Dennant has never really challenged at the top level, even though if you speak to lots of people around this sport, they regard him very, very highly.
134.
That's why this week is so important. It could provide that confidence boost that somebody needs
57.
to find that level that they've never had before.
It's been a weird week for sort of things that happened this week, hasn't it? And 10 years ago this week was Matt Dennant's only victory over Steve West. 10 years ago this week, it
100.
happened on the 3rd of November 2013. Steve West has won all 3 previous meetings
83.
since.
Mate, record 114.
This one is going the way of Dennant all of a sudden, and this would crumple up the table if he was to get it.
74.
Well, he looks likely to get it. Steve West has to find a treble to leave any kind of out here.
57. Mate, you require 40. Game shot on the 4th.
We know how good he is at doubles.
Matt
We
Dennant.
talked about his numbers from week 11. Over 43% for the week. In this
Look at
one,
Steve
he
to
doesn't
throw
need
first.
to be that
Game
good,
on.
but he's getting way more opportunities than Steve. He's had 8 more darts at double than West, who has now lost in this game the same amount of legs as he's lost all
100.
day.
Well, this could bring an end to a 6-match winning streak for Steve
135.
West, which included his finals night victory to get here on Saturday just gone.
100.
Then 3 opening wins on Champions Week when he beat Sebastian Białecki 4-1, Robert Grundy and
99.
Conan Whitehead by the same scorelines.
If you take a question and you ask it of a dart player on a Monday
100.
3 times, at 3 different times, they may have 3 different answers. Start of the day, would you take 6 points? They might say yes.
140.
Would you take 6 points at this point in time when you're in the middle of your 4th match? West would say no.
123.
He's got Harrison at the end of the
Mate,
session. Would he take 6
127.
points then? Haha. ...
Are the points going to go the way of Dennant here, or can West work a way
87.
back?
Stevie requires 78.
Treble 18 will leave him double 12. A single 20 will leave him double thereof. Tops having to move.
38.
Oh, it's a great attempt. Just
Mate, you
not
require
quite there.
40.
That really was as close as it gets. 2 markers.
20.
Can't use
Stevie
either.
require
And
40.
West has got a lifeline.
Double 10. Love-hate relationship with it in this match. But he finds
Game
it
shot on the
when he
5th
needs
leg.
it, and the match
Steve
isn't over
West.
yet. He's not beaten yet. Will he be beaten today? This is a leg, isn't it?
Matt
Dennant
to
has
throw
the darts to
first.
win this match 4-2. If
Game
he's
on.
broken, then West will have them in the decider.
What I can tell you from the Challenge Tour is that
84.
John Henderson's got only 1 person now who can take him out of that top 2 of the Order of Merit. Cam Crabtree has fallen short,
38.
like he did in Group C a couple of weeks ago in trying to get to Saturday night en route to this Champions Week. Andy Bolton has failed to take him out of that top 2, but Owen Bates remains. He's got Peter Jakes in the quarterfinals of that Challenge Tour event. And if he wins that, and wins his semi-final,
60.
it will be he who goes to Alexandra Palace and to the tour for the next 2 years.
We'll keep you updated. If indeed it
45.
concludes while we are still on air, there's only 3 games for us to go after this. Something we can chat about tomorrow. Of course, we know whoever does get that place,
81.
that place on the Pro Tour, will not be playing next year at the Super Series, and we wish them the best.
140.
We want players to play well here. We want players to succeed and go on and achieve their dreams. But with every person that leaves us every year, gives us opportunities to see somebody else.
Yeah, there could be some quite interesting names coming to the Super Series. No, won't be filling that up, that's for sure.
38.
Steve West might be. Will he? Dare he? Oh, he does. Steve West.
180.
A maximum to
Mate,
leave
look on
double
36.
But the next door neighbour gives Dennett a chance for the match. And it's a match he wins. First defeat of the day for Steve West. In fact, his first defeat since the first game of Saturday night. And Dennett has got himself on 6 points alongside Harrison and West now. A 4-point cushion between the top 3 and the bottom 3 after that very fascinating match, which Matt Dennett wins against the darts. We'll go into our final round of matches when we return. Shortly after this break, it will be Grundy against Białecki for the last time today.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Steve West has finally been bested on the first day here at Champions Week, beaten by Matt Dennett by 4 legs to 2. That's the combination of the 4th round of fixtures. Prior to that, Andreas Harrison got the better of Robert Grundy by 4 legs to 3, while Sebastian Białecki got himself on the mark, getting the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 0. This is how the table occupies itself then. So it is split in the middle, right down the divide. 3 players on 6, 3 players on 2. And as Glenn Delvant likes to say, maybe table separation is beginning to move its way into play. So the final round of fixtures is almost upon us, and it could be a big round as well to see where the land lies on day 1 at Champions Week. It begins with Rob Grundy up against Sebastian Białecki. Watching this one down in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson, Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, and it's 2 of those players who are in the bottom half of that separating line. as Grundy and Białecki do battle to try and take their tally to 4 points. A bad day would become an average day for whoever does win this match. Then we'll get a game between one of the players at the top end and one at the bottom end, as Conan Whitehead looks to close the gap on Matt Denon before two at the top go head-to-head in a match that will determine who leads the league overnight after a day's play, when Andreas Harrison meets Steve West. So some really significant closing contests to come.
Game on.
I bet you can't say that quickly twice in a row. And games will come thick and fast for Dennett, who, like you mentioned, will take on Whitehead next.
120.
Things have come very fast for Grundy, losing that game to Harrison by 4-3 after he thought he'd won it. He now has to put it right against Sebastian, who did get it right in his previous
32.
performance against Conan Whitehead by 4-0. I mean, that one just came out of the clear blue sky, didn't it? Białecki was being toasted
180.
earlier in this campaign. Then all of a sudden, he gets himself out of the toaster. And he's very much part of the equation if he does get a win here. This is the fascination with round-robin format like this. 2 hours in, you can see everything so transparently. Then things change with one or two different results. And then the table looks somewhat cloudy.
180. Robbie Rugg, 136.
180 from either player in the first leg here. Are we going to get a second ton plus finish? We're still waiting for it.
96.
Always think about these matches when they played in reverse order the next day.
100.
You can get such a bounce, can't you, from winning against the same player twice. One of these could leave the other one totally adrift at the foot of the table. Double 10 for Grundy to draw the first blood.
Rob Grundy.
Well, you said you don't believe in unlucky, Paul. Do you believe in lucky in that sense? Because that wasn't where he was aiming, was
Sebastian to throw
No,
first.
he was going for the middle of the bed, but it just caught the bottom. But no, it wasn't unlucky because he threw it hard enough. Was that your first attempt at a Halloween
59.
pun, by the way? Which will be tomorrow.
It wasn't, because I can't remember what I said that
First
would have
blood.
been one. Oh, yeah. Very good. Well done, Murph.
140.
There are going to be a few Halloween puns tomorrow. Of that, we can guarantee.
Yeah, it will be double toil and trouble here at the MODUS Super Series. Do join us for Tuesday's action. Remember, it is
93.
exclusively live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Best thing you can do to make sure you don't miss it is subscribe, and you will be reminded.
100.
Now, which fixture today really turned things around for the chasing pack? I think it might have been Grundy beating Dennett by 4-1 in game 9, you know.
Yeah, well, that was what turned his day around, certainly. Of course, the result for Białecki against Whitehead turned his around and actually stopped him chasing Whitehead, got him above him in leg difference. Conan Whitehead against Matt Denon, I think, is a massive match coming up next.
121.
There is going to be somebody on 8 points at the end of the day. You don't want to be left on a couple. Treble 20 here would leave double 18. Now, Białecki's made the mistake a couple of times today of chasing trebles on these kind of shots and missed a big number entirely. He does need one treble, and that treble now needs to be treble 18. But again, he's gone wayward and found the wrong segment.
Robbie Rugg, 156.
For someone who likes double 18 a lot, he doesn't use it with a shot like this, which I think is fascinating. So he's quite selective in when he wants to leave it.
36.
You drew comparisons to another Rob earlier, Rob Cross, and I'm going to pick up on that point after this leg. because that's something that he does often as well. What Białecki does often is punishes mistakes. Can't punish
52.
that one.
Robbie require 20.
You called this a love-hate double earlier on in the day, Murph.
Game shot in the
Hate the
second
first
leg.
start, love the second one.
Grundy.
Simple as that. 2-0 Grundy.
Yeah, doubles his lead. And the point I was going to say was that often Rob
Feel like
Cross
it's
will
Rob
ignore
to throw
double 18
first. Game on.
for long spells of a match, and then suddenly, when he really feels he needs to win a leg, he'll do everything he can to leave it. It's his go-to double.
96.
I know we're not supposed to have favourite doubles, but we do anyway. Some doubles just feel more comfortable than others.
99.
With me, double 16 was at the right height. It felt comfortable for me. And I'm sure there are other people out there who would say the same. I mean, look at the comfort factor of Robert Thornton on double
58.
top. My word. He might as well put his arm around it and take it to bed.
And it was looking ominous earlier on Saturday when he started hitting that target. But
97.
Thornton not at Champions Week once again. 9 attempts to make it. None of them have ended in a group stage exit, but all of them have ended in a finals night exit.
I just wonder if Robert likes Portsmouth, because he did
60.
win one of the 5-week cycle Live League Champions weeks. And then shortly after that, we did move to Portsmouth, and he hasn't made a Champions Week since then.
126.
And I admire the people who have done it on both sites. People like Conan Whitehead.
But completely different tournament, wasn't it? Shorter cycle, yeah, same format in terms of matches and qualifying. Well, slightly different in terms of qualifying, actually, because you used to get the finalists
13.
and the winner of a third place playoff that went through. That third place playoff actually ended up being the most important match of a qualifying week.
Very much so.
But the setting was so different. A really enclosed room,
59.
more akin to playing a floor tournament, where here... But what is interesting is the only difference on a Saturday is the audience. So Robert Thornton, for example, who should not be a player who struggles playing in front of
60.
an audience, although it's a unique audience
Sebastian
here,
require 120.
has only failed on that particular setup.
Top left corner.
100.
He missed the target. He might have been going for the right corner, but in my opinion, that was the wrong choice. We'll go back to that point about the previous
44.
venue in a second.
Sebastian, you
Let's
require
give
20.
Sebastian a chance to break the throat.
Game shot
Wonderfully
the
done.
third
16
leg.
darts is good enough for that
Sebastian
break of throat.
Białecki.
Rob Grundy is far from safety. But compared to playing here,
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to
Southampton
throw
was like a
first.
shoebox.
Game on.
and the degree of airflow and comfort that people have had here, it's not just people who come here
95.
for the first time who are so impressed with it, but it's one of the reasons why people want to come back. You've heard what Conan Whitehead has said about it feels like home. There are not many better
60.
throws out there than this. That's why it's all done in a colour scheme that dart players like. They don't like glaring colours.
41.
They like it to be nice and matte. They don't want big flashy lights in front of them. It's sympathetic to brilliant play, which is why people like playing on this stage.
60.
There is that beautiful stage, and looking over it, that trophy that everybody's trying to get their hands on come the end of Saturday night.
58.
That in itself must be a unique experience to play on a stage, but not in front of an audience.
I did it once at the Champions League with Mark Webster. We were testing the board for 19 legs.
60.
And that was at the Morningside Arena.
And there was, of course, a time when that was normality, when we were in that era of the new normal, as it was called at the time. But they did everything they could, didn't they? A lot of
57.
tournament organisers to try and make the place feel like they had a crowd there.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the old canned noise.
Yeah, well, it would have been your luck, Paul. They would have been playing the audience noise on a loop and you'd have still got booed.
57.
Correct. That's a beautiful first start from Sebastian. He can really attack that.
140.
Give it every chance. This game could be turning around in the same way that things were with Harrison against Grundy. He was 2-0 up in that game as well.
140. Sebastian, you require 110. $54. Robbie require 124.
So 124 for 3-1. Gets the treble for double 11.
102.
You get the gift of
Sebastian, you
double
require
11 instead of the
56.
bull, and you pull the dart an inch left. He might be pulled closer. This time,
46.
double 10 does not come to his aid, and that's about as
Robbie
much emotion
required
as you'll get from
22.
him. He thought he was going to take that leg, and he might just be 3-1 down now.
One more chance for 3-1.
Game shot on
In
the
it
fourth
goes for
leg.
Rob Grundy. And I was
Rob
starting to
Grundy.
get worried that ending of that leg was going to sort of epitomise his
If
day,
it's
where
Rob
he's
to throw
been in good
first.
positions, hasn't he? And it hasn't worked out for him a lot of the time.
Game on.
He mismatched darts in his first match. He got himself a healthy lead against Andreas Harrison in his match before this. You're looking at the player who probably will get to the end of the day, regardless of whether it's 4 points or 2,
60.
who'll be thinking, that could have been 6, it could have been 8.
If you want a little bit of evidence as to why they are in the predicament they are in,
60.
towards the bottom half of the table, a little bit of evidence lies in this. I talked earlier on in the day about how you've got to be 1 from 3 or better.
96.
Are in that vicinity. 30% will sometimes get you over the line. 1 in 5 at 20%, well, very, very rarely will that be
137.
good enough. It'll be interesting to see the overall numbers when we come into tomorrow's session, which will be from 9:30 a.m.
38.
on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We'll give you the accumulative averages for the day, the percentages on doubles, but the one glaring statistic for the day so far has been
58.
the absence of ton plus finishes. And there are many
60.
people here this week who have not played for this amount of money before. And sometimes that has a big effect on people's ability to handle pressure.
100.
Białecki leaves himself on a finish. Grundy will come down.
93. Sebastian, you require 146.
I'm still trying to figure out which double he'd prefer to leave.
58.
He's turning into an Adrian
You
Lewis
require
character where
154.
it could be either tops or 16s.
Starting on the 19s means he now needs to find a bedfellow. And I wonder as well, you know, for a player who blocks targets quite often, whether it's actually better to go for 2 different targets in that kind of
Yeah,
equation.
it's a good shout. You can see what he was trying to do there. He's trying to hit his own
86.
dart and skid it
Sebastian
through to
require
another
88.
57. Just missed his mark.
Don't miss the big number. Did chase the treble, does get a go at the bull, can't find it.
54.
And that could be that.
Robbie requires 68.
Białecki has been living too often in that low 80s range today, and he's been made to pay for it. He could be made to pay for it one more time. That was perilously close to a single 7, but it is a shot for the match at double 16. And it's the only
Game,
one he
shot, and
needs.
the match.
Rob Grundy
Rob
will go
Grundy.
to 4 points for the day, and Sebastian Białowieski is going to have to settle for 2. Well, Grundy, 2 wins from 5. I wonder what he's going to say about that come tomorrow. But he will play Białowieski in his first game tomorrow, and Sebastian will have a chance for redemption. 2 more games to go, and a fascinating one coming next with Dennant up against Whitehead after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the man who's lifted that trophy for Conan Whitehead finds himself in action now against Matt Dennant. Before the break, we saw Rob Grundy get the better of Sebastian Białowieski by 4 legs to 1. Dennant looking to cap off his day strongly and move on to 8 points in the group. Right, watching this one down in the commentary box. Let's hand back to Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you very much. And what has been an interesting opening day of Champions Week for MODUS Super Series 5, and the MODUS Super Series 1 winner, Conan Whitehead, only has 1 win. Can he double his points tally and end the day on 4, just like Rob Grundy just has? Or will Matt Dennant move to 8 with 4 wins from 5? Big opportunity for him. We know that at least one other player would get to that tally as Steve West faces Andreas Harrison in the final fixture of Monday.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
But I'm going to ask Paul
on.
Nicholson a question. Is this must-win for Conan Whitehead already in terms of plans to qualify from this group?
It's incredibly close to that, I think. This day has not gone to plan.
60.
He beat Rob Grundy by 4 legs to 3, and since then he's lost 3 games. But you do have to look back at that game
140.
with Grundy, where he did survive match starts. And you think that maybe he's been caught just the tiniest bit cold
58.
compared to people who have won more recently. But one thing we know about Conan is that he won't panic. Even if he can't get
41.
through this group, he will fancy getting through either C or B. It doesn't matter what he has to do. He will believe he can do it.
140.
Knows he's got a tough opponent in Dennant, who's had a really strong start to his Champions Week campaign. And Conan Whitehead won.
100.
He did play in Group A in the very first series, and he finished third in it.
45.
But remarkably, if people remember, it was a 3-way tie at the top. We had 3 players on 20 points in Group A come the end of
60.
the Monday to Wednesday campaign. The two Grahams, Usher and Hall, and Conan finished third. All of them ended up getting to finals night in the end.
38. Conan, you require 160.
How many times have we seen it where someone who has meandered their way to Saturday night actually gets the glory?
43.
That's why it's such an
Now you
interesting
require
challenge.
160.
Well, the same equation that Whitehead couldn't take out in front of Dennant here, but he won't clean it up either.
100.
Does leave it
Conan, you
much
require 170.
better place than Whitehead did. But he got himself into this mess, and he can get himself out of it on tops.
77.
So close.
Now you require 60.
He has to meander his way to the right-hand side.
20.
And he can't find it
Conan,
by
you
the same
require
margin.
40. Game shot on the
Good
first
shot from
leg.
Conan.
Conan
It's an
Whitehead.
unlikely break of throw in 20 darts. But like you've just seen in our other
Second
game,
against Conan to throw first.
in round number 5 today,
Game on.
it's not about getting massive averages sometimes in these final games. It's about having a little bit of endurance and just being better than the person in front of you. Rob Grundy's just won with a 76 average
140.
in Champions Week.
Trying to sweep from right to left here.
Whoa!
Puts one between the posts for the full house.
Just thought for a second it was going to be backed up there.
140.
But because he got back-to-back 140s, he's put Dennant under pressure to back up the max.
99.
Well, he's asking questions of Conan.
Do you know what? There is something to be said for a bullseye with dart 6 there, you know. If you've missed the shot at the 9 by missing dart 5,
79.
dart 6 should really be at the bull, because you leave 2-1-6, which leaves you 3 darts from a double instead of 4.
100. Conan, you record 142.
And even then, Paul scoring 100, the treble was the first
90.
start. Bullseye
Mate,
could have left him on 117.
122.
Meaning treble, single, double, rather than treble, single, bull.
It's progressive thinking. It's the way that younger dart players now are thinking.
82.
It's
Conan, you record
not
52.
wasting a dart. Double 16 for Conan.
Game shot on the
That's
second
fabulous. A 2-0
leg. Conan
lead
Whitehead.
and a much better second leg from the first one. Gives him a chance of maybe getting out of
So look, it's
Monday
Matt to
with
throw
4
first.
points and
Game
restricting
on.
Dennant to 6. Now just imagine this. One person is going to go to 8 points, like Chris mentioned in the previous game.
140.
But if you can stop the person right next to you on the table from getting to that point as well, you condense the middle of the table, which makes tomorrow a lot more gettable.
100.
Did win Group A in his qualifying week, Conan Whitehead. Actually got exactly the same points tally as that week I mentioned at his Champions Week. He got 20.
134.
Nobody else did. He actually got the better of Steve West that week.
And Wesley Harms, who had a strange situation in that Group A campaign,
92.
where they had the same points, same leg difference, and same legs won.
Yeah, they did. That was West's first chance when he played the full week. He managed to get in the back door, didn't he, with a
43.
2-day stay. Smash and grab raid from Steve West, if you like.
I don't think anybody's ever going to do what Raymond Smith did.
99.
He wins the jackpot, and 45 minutes later, he's in a taxi on the way to Heathrow.
To be fair, if I won £20,000, I think I might be in a taxi on the way to Heathrow within 25 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think it was £20,000 for long. It was more like $35,000 about 2 hours later.
Well, Conan Whitehead has been in this
100.
position before. He's lost
Mate,
from this
require
position
88.
before. Is Matt Dennant about to make him think?
Game shot on the third leg. Matt Dennant.
The one thing that Conan Whitehead won't do is panic. Even if he only gets 1 win, he might get 2. That's the position he's in at the moment.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
He knows how
Game
these
on.
weeks work at the Super Series. He's been there, done it.
He's got more experience in this group than anyone.
95.
Been there, done it. T-shirt, trophy. If we did names on the wall, he'd have one of those as well.
100.
There is a bit of breaking news from the Challenge Tour as well. Owen Bates has won his quarter-final. He's beaten Peter Jakes by 5 legs to 4. He was 3-2 down.
41.
It went to 4-4 and he took the last leg with a maximum in that last leg. If he beats either Thibaut Tricol of France or Mike Warburton, 2 stalwarts of the Super Series,
58.
he will go to the tour for the next 2 years and be at Ali Pali. It's down to 1 game for Owen, with John Henderson sweating it.
43.
Yeah, and you'd much rather be in Owen's position than John's right now, actually having it in your own hands. We get that scenario here at the Super Series a lot, don't we?
59.
Don't we just? Conan's looked
95.
a lot more composed in this game. He looked almost shell-shocked when he played against Białowieski in Game 10. It's almost like he was puzzled as to why he wasn't hitting much.
96.
But he's responded really well.
$42.
I know partner Cheryl Lee will be watching at home, cheering on every dart, or living and breathing every dart, along with daughter Ada, who you mentioned earlier. And Matt Denon, of course, now.
140.
Newborn. Bit more motivation, which is what Conan White had put his success down to, actually, last year.
I think players need that, you know.
140.
I think they need constant motivation. If you win £500,000 and become world champion, you've got to find that motivation again somewhere. These players don't need much in the way of motivation this week because it's right at the end of the rainbow within 5 days.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
We were talking to Conan this morning about the fact that he's been here and done it before. He knows what it's like to hoist that check.
100.
That feeling is something he wants again. And he'll be telling the people in the practice room what it's like, and they'll want to sample that
92.
too.
93.
They've worked very, very hard, these players, to get this far. They want to make sure it's very, very worth coming back to the South Coast.
137.
And Whitehead on 272.
98.
It's another one of those 105 plus shots.
Does he go the ball second dart like we saw him do before? Does he go it third dart like he should?
82.
He did try to. Just about advantage Denon, but if he doesn't find a treble, then Conan could be in position. He has found a treble, not the one he
48.
wanted. Not the one he wanted at all, because he's made him melt down mentally, that Paul, and he's thrown the last dart at a 19, which has left him on a bogey.
81.
What did I say about bogey numbers this week? You might get away with it if your opponent's not on a finish, but sometimes you'll be made to pay for an execution or thinking error.
44.
This is a classic game of, do you win with the sword or the pen? Is he a fighter or a writer?
77.
That one was almost won by the fighter.
Mate, you require 118.
Well, the last couple of visits have left a lot to be desired for Denon. Can he bail himself out with a big finish? He's halved the target, halved the size of it.
58. Conan, you require 32.
No hesitation. It was this double that gave him the Super Series 1 title. On a shot like this.
Shuffles across.
He's left a mark in it.
No score.
He could have done with knocking that dart out with the second, couldn't
you
he? That would
require
have been
60.
something. to open up the bed, but Dennant gets a reprieve. Big moments here. And
Games on the
Dennant
fifth
delivers.
leg. Matt Dennant.
That is one of the intricacies of this sport.
Sixth
You
leg, it's
throw a
Conan to
really
throw
good
first.
dart at a
Game
double,
on.
and it actually makes it harder. If you throw a bad one, it remains as easy as it was when you started.
Might just be the tale
100.
of Conan's day. It's been ultimately frustrating for him. Dennant hasn't played anywhere near his best. He's a good 10 points down on some of his best stuff today. But the one thing that has stayed constant is that ability to check out most of
60.
the time. How many times have we seen today people on 50%? That's a mark of Champions Week.
Still feel there's been, for a Monday as well, it's rare.
140.
But still feel there's been a little bit of Arrow's anxiety in the air from the players. They just haven't had those big moments, have they, often enough? Haven't seen those big finishes.
No big finishes, really, apart from that 140 from West. No big averages.
96.
Will we see different tomorrow, I wonder? Will we see different in the final game?
98. Matt, you're at 131.
It's that big occasion feeling right from the word go. Choices.
91.
I don't think he's even gone for that checkout.
I think that was really careful.
It was safe, wasn't it? It was, well, if it drops in, it drops in.
80. Matt, you're at 40.
Like I said, he is 50% on doubles. Continue that and he wins. Double 10.
20. Conan, you're
Could have won.
40.
This time he
Games on the
doesn't get a
sixth
second
leg.
chance.
Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead forces a last leg shootout. It may only be Monday on Champions Week, but this could be
Seventh
huge
and final leg. It's Matt to throw first.
in the
Game
direction
on.
of these darts stars at the Super Series. Whitehead on 2 points, Dennant on 6. If Matt holds his throw, he's 6 clear of his opponent, and he started
180.
with a perfect 3.
How many games today has he had multiple 180s? 2 in his
60.
first game, 2 in his second, 1 in his third, and none in his fourth. But he's guaranteed at least 2 in this one.
57.
Now Whitehead needs to match it, really, having not found a treble in his first turn.
100.
If he was able to turn this leg around and win the match, he'd only be 2 points adrift of Dennant going into Tuesday.
95.
That third dart's killer. I know it gets him to a bogey number, but it's all he could do
63.
with that last dart. He's got 6 darts from here for an excellent first day.
57.
Ordinarily, you'd say that 6 points is fine, but in this company,
100.
considering what other people can do, 6
But you
points is
require
more than
112.
acceptable.
Gets a go in this visit. Haven't seen many ton toppers today, but we see one from Dennant to win his last match of the day. A win that takes him top of the table, albeit temporarily. But Dennant has crossed the line for a 4-3 win to conquer Conan Whitehead, the Series 1 champion. Not the start he wanted. He sits at the foot of the field on just 2 points as Dennant gets the victory 4-3. That 112 checkout to seal it. He goes top for now. He will be replaced by Steve West if he can beat Andreas Harrison in a top of the table tussle.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're joined up here on the balcony by Matthew Dennett. Matt, many congratulations. First day down, 4 wins from 5. It looked like you settled right from the get-go.
Started quite well in the 4-0. Performance weren't quite there, but I got away with it in a couple of the early legs and then stepped on. So, yeah, happy with the 4, but it doesn't really mean anything yet. We've still got 2 days to go.
I say, it doesn't mean anything with 2 days to go, but to get off to that sort of start, especially in a week like this, which is so significant, you know the opposition you're going to be up against. A quick start's imperative, isn't it?
Yeah, the standard in that room is incredible. They're all kind of Pro Tour players. So, yeah, it's a good start, but as I said just, there's still 2 days to go, so nothing's done yet.
And for you, how much are you looking forward to an opportunity to measure yourself in this type of company?
But that's what we all ask for. Like, I think I've said it before in a previous interview. It's this kind of situation that the players that you come against, the setup. It's all you can ask for when you're trying to take those next steps in the world of darts.
As you say, next steps in the world of darts. How much does this kind of scratch itches being here at Champions Week to kind of further your career now at this stage, Matthew?
Yeah, to be fair, after the when I spoke to Murph a couple of weeks ago. Getting to the semi-final on the Saturday night a few times and losing out, not quite getting there. To get over the line this time is massive. And then we keep pushing, and then Q-School's around the corner, and we can just keep going and keep pushing and hopefully get there.
And in terms of winning week 11, because it was so close to the cut-off, the final week obviously being last week, can it give you a bit of momentum? You can still ride that crest of a wave a little bit coming into this week?
I think so. I've come in today with a lot of confidence, but all 12 players who are coming over the week are going to come with a lot of confidence. Whether they got through on week 1 or week 12, it doesn't really matter. I don't think.
Well, you at the moment, 8 points to your name. Many congratulations today, Matt. We'll see you tomorrow morning. One more game for us to go. Steve West in action. He can join Denon on 8 points if he wins this one. Chris and Paul are down in the commentary box.
Thanks, Henry. And Andreas has the same as well. He could get to 8 points, but because of leg difference, as it stands, Harrison at +2, even if he was to beat Steve West by 4 legs to 0, he still wouldn't have the leg difference of Matthew Dennett. Like Matt said, it's only Monday. It's only the first day of 3 in Group A, but a fabulous start for him. Regardless of what happens in this fixture, these players will be satisfied with 3 wins from 5. However, if you get a 4th,
it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
You will have a chance to be on top of the table on your own on points if you can do the double by winning here and the first match tomorrow. However, there's one more thing, isn't there, Murph? If West was to lose 2 consecutive games at the end of Monday, I don't think he'd be happy at all.
125.
No, absolutely not. Particularly the way he started the day, when everybody else seemed to be struggling with a little bit of Champions Week duress. Steve West looked free and easy and confident.
60.
And just one defeat can change the direction, can't it, of a group? And if he does end up losing his last couple,
100.
I'll suddenly be looking in a very, very different demeanour.
100.
I mean, he wasn't happy when he was winning last week, Paul, so I dread to think.
The mind of a dart player, never happy.
40.
Before we get too deep into this one, the challenge to a scenario will come to a close in the next 15 to 25 minutes because
97.
Owen Bates, if he beats Mike Warburton, former weekly champion here at the MODUS Super Series, he will get to 2nd position in the order of merit and go to Ali Pali and the tour
82.
for the next 2 years. But if Warburton beats him, those spoils will go to John Henderson. Speaking of spoils, leg 1
72.
is not Andreas's
Stevie
just
Rickle,
yet.
154.
There's another subplot there, isn't there, that Daryl Pilgrim's in the other semi-final. Could be coming here on the back of a win. Steve West looking for another whopper and gets one.
Shot in the first leg.
Fabulous stuff from Steve West, who earlier today produced a 140, the only supersized checkout of the day
Second
until
against
now.
Steve to throw first.
Now we've had back-to-back
Game
ton
on.
plus finishes. 112 from Dennant, 154 from Steve West. Playing like a person who refuses to leave without that extra win.
180.
That might be his. It's 6 perfect darts from Steve West, albeit bridged across a couple of legs.
100.
Every time Steve gets a 180 to start a leg, I pause.
100.
Because he's of that ilk of players who feel more likely to get perfect legs than others.
And has hit one on that stage before. Did it
100.
against the 2-time champion Luke Littler.
I've always said I think he's a better player when he's in that zone, when he doesn't allow negativity to infect his game.
Do you think he's a better player than he thinks he is?
Yes, very much so.
81.
He knows he's good,
121.
but I don't think he knows how good he is.
Finds the ball. He might go treble 17. That was the choice from
81.
West.
You know he was looking at treble 7 there. He was tempted, but he decided, don't be silly, play the odds, do the right thing, leave your favourite double and get a 2-0 lead.
140. Stevie required 40.
Tops. 10s. 5s. He's found this clutch
35.
earlier on today, but
Andrea
the
should require 80.
finishing isn't there on this occasion, and Harrison will get the opportunity. This is the kind of finish he likes because he won't be blocking tops. He'll have a clear look at this.
40.
Over the top, though.
Stevie required 5.
Double 2. Now over the top of the dart
Game shot in the
for
second
2-0.
leg.
That was
Steve
masterful,
West.
that shot. He's got a big St. George cross flight in his way, and he hurdles it cleanly for a 2-0 lead.
It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Halfway there. Halfway to finishing day one, top of the table. It would be 2 tied on 8 points
60.
with both himself and the man that beat him, Matthew Dennant, making it 4 wins from 5.
121.
I was convinced by the end of Monday that we get more evidence as to who could
100.
possibly contend on Saturday night. I actually have more questions than answers right now, compared to 9:29 this morning.
180.
Well, Steve West is answering a few of those questions for you with this performance, I'm sure. Average now surpasses 100.
100.
One of the things we haven't had today, a ton plus average. And he's just picking up the pace a little bit here with the
100.
game, trying to play a bit more naturally. Sometimes something will click in the practice room, whether it's a more deliberate throw,
140.
maybe
Stevie
something you can
required
feel in
100.
a grip or a sight in front of your eye. But sometimes playing with a little bit more pace and a
60.
bit more of a
Pressure
natural
required
throw like Steve
101.
is doing, it can unlock something. It can alleviate nerves.
Well, this may have to go. Choices. Chooses treble 15 to leave double 18. Oh, what a
Game's on
finish
the
that is
third
with
leg.
Steve West
Andreas
waiting
Harrison.
on top for 3-0. Andreas Harrison pulls out a 3-figure finish of his own.
3
Well, look at
letters
Steve
going
to
through the
throw
mind of a
first.
dart player
Game on.
when you're sitting in that position as Steve West. You're on tops, you're throwing well all leg, and your opponent takes a 101. The 3 letters are UGH.
41.
It's a noise. But at the same time, you've got to respect it. You've got to respect that shot. It was fabulous from Andreas.
Respect this one as well.
180.
Game on. And now it's he who has the 3-figure average. It's flip-flopping. But West follows.
180.
And the closing match could be the best match.
Fast becoming that, that's for sure.
100.
He might need another one.
Well, to get on a finish, he needed the second
100.
treble there. So Harrison can get away with a 1 treble visit, you would think. Not that treble, mate.
83.
Yeah, the crazy fool that put a treble 1 right next to the treble 20. That's what makes darts so frustrating sometimes.
100.
This is in the balance. Not just the match, but this leg. West has left a finish, but he might only get 1 dart at double. He might not even get that because Harrison could take this.
138 has been the shot of the year so far, hasn't it?
80.
After what Luke Humphries did at the World Grand Prix. Oh, it's a missed single.
40.
He's got every right to feel
40.
the way he does right now, because it could be 2-2.
Agitated antics from
Game
Steve
show on the
West,
full
and
flag.
Andreas Harrison
Andreas
remains
Harrison.
cucumber cool. West sees the funny side, but I'm sure he's not laughing on the inside.
Game on.
Sometimes you just got to take ownership of something you did wrong. And I think he did that well there, Steve. He could have
100.
flipped and flopped on the stage, but he decided to say, yep, that was me. I missed my target. And you've got to give your opponent credit. But you must remain
78.
cucumber cool, as you just said, to try and stay in the match for these 2 vital points.
$45.
Good dart for Steve West. Needs one of those magnetic visits. Gets one.
180.
I'm going to make a very small point here, but is there a perfect dart in the treble 20 for Steve West? Because it seems as if just hitting the lipstick is enough for him to magnetise the next 2 in. It doesn't have to be in the top half.
And, the point is proved. 4 180s for West in this match. Well, he's going to put them all in that treble now, isn't he?
He doesn't want to.
11.
He's the first person today to get 4 180s in a game.
He was so determined not to there that he's gone the other side. But yeah, that is
140.
brilliant. Not just the 4 180s, but one of them was off the back of that 154 checkout as well. Andreas Harrison now sets up a 156 checkout.
62.
That's smart thinking from Steve.
56.
Paul Nicholson earlier today predicted that we would see a 170. If we see one now, and if I had a hat, I'd take it off.
100. Stevie Racoin, 170.
Make him take his hat off, Steve. Your hat is safe.
60. Andreas Racoin, 56.
Is Steve West safe? Or is Andreas Harrison about to turn this game on its head? He trailed it 2-0. He could have trailed it 3.
Andreas Harrison.
And he leads 3-2. And Steve West there gesturing, not sure what he's gesturing.
Steve to throw first.
Was it I'm
Game
throwing
on.
it away? Is that what he was saying? That seemed to be the sort of charade he was trying to make his guess. He's chucked it away.
$100.
And it would be a day that started with promise but ended with despair for Steve West if it does go the wrong direction
95.
for him. He had 6 points after 3 matches. He would still have 6 points after 5.
$96.
As for Andreas Harrison, it would be the ultimate turnaround. He lost his first game
60.
4-0 and put in the poorest performance of the day. In that match, that defeat to Matt Denon, he only averaged
162.
70. Now he's doing things like that.
$140.
West gets himself down into a similar range, but it's advantage Andreas.
$46. Stevie Racoin, 149.
Another big finish. Not on this occasion. Now Harrison has a chance
89.
to make it
Andreas
4 straight
Racoin,
wins to end the day
97.
and put himself joint top with Matt Denon. Does he go double-double? Double 19 would have left him tops. West will get a go at tops, but he needs to hit the single 20.
60.
Missed that chance earlier in the match when he was trying to win the match. Double 10.
40.
And he hasn't found it.
Andreas require 40.
So Andreas Harrison can seal a big win. And
Game
does
shot on the
exactly
match.
that. Trailed
Andreas
2-0.
Harrison.
Could have easily trailed 3-0. But it's 4 legs on the bounce to make it 4 matches on the bounce for Andreas Harrison. Steve West storms out of the stage there after a disappointing defeat. A couple of defeats at the end of the day for him. It was a decent performance. He hit 4 180s, a 154 checkout, but that 101 turned the game, and Andreas Harrison ends the day with a 4-2 victory.
Indeed, he does. Thank you very much, Chris. And Steve West, after what was such a promising start, there was a time where he really could have taken command of the group. But even though he's won 3 from 5, he's going to be bitterly disappointed in the end.
Yeah, I think he will. Knowing Steve as we do, I know that the start was perfect and it did tail off at the end, but because of his experience in a group situation like this, he won't panic. He'll think, okay, I lost that game to Andreas at the end. I'll get him back first thing tomorrow, and then they will be on an even keel of 8 points at that point. So on Monday, you've got to be in the mix. He's still in the mix, but Andreas and Matt are just a little bit ahead of him at this stage.
This is what happened then on day 1 at Champions Week. These are the results. 15 games have been and gone here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is a bit of an even split at the top of the table, as you can see through those results. But let's talk about the good of Steve West today, because he came out the tracks flying, and you actually look at the overall numbers, he probably put in the best stuff.
I'd have to say so. I think the 180s were there, the doubles were there earlier on, and if you look at some of his big smiles at some of the performances that he put in, his explosiveness is really close. Now, he knows that even if he doesn't get through Group A, that the ability to win 3 straight games like he did at the start of this group is something that he might need to do more than once. So if I was to give him any sort of feedback about Monday, it would be something you did at the start of today is something that if you replicate it later in the week, it might be good enough to take away the check.
And he played in such a relaxed manner, especially at the start of the day. I don't think I've ever seen, on a stage environment at least, Steve West look that relaxed, that at home.
I think this is one of his homes in darts at the minute. He loves coming back here, but he really, really wants to win this week. And I think he might have had some advice from some of the people that are close to him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Let your natural game sing. At times it did today. And just because it didn't at the end doesn't mean he's not going to challenge for the next couple of days.
Most certainly right. Elsewhere, Matt Dennett is the player at the top of the pile, having won 4 from 5. And maybe he's one of those players that went under the radar a little bit this week, but shouldn't have because of what he's done here before.
I'm not going to let him go under the radar. We got stats for him this morning from his Week 11 win. Not so much about what he did on Saturday, but what he did overall. Averaging over 91 for the week. And if he was somebody else, we'd be lauding that. But his doubles were over 43% as well. I'm not going to let him go under the radar. And now that he is top of the table going into Tuesday, it's an impossibility. He is firmly on the radar.
Let's talk about Sebastian Bielwitz, because it's an interesting day as far as he's concerned. He ran into a couple of really good performances off the bat and then beats the former champion Conan Whitehead 4-0.
Very frustrating day for Sebastian. But if you look at him historically here, he's got a really good record of making Saturdays. Obviously, this is his first Champions Week. But he always tends to find his best towards the end of a schedule, daily and weekly. So maybe Group A might be too much for him this week, but don't discount him when it comes to Group C or B.
Now, in darts, we say it's not over until it's over, but for Rob Grundy, he suffered one of those moments that no professional ever wants to see, thinking that he'd won the match against Andreas Harrison. And, well, he went 3-3 to a last leg and ultimately lost that game. What is that like? If you've been in that position in your professional career, what is that position like?
I'm quite fortunate to say that I've never been in that position, but sometimes you get so lost in a game environment that you think, this is the shot. I just need to get this shot. You might even be looking at your opponent's number. He might have seen the 3 and thought it was his. It wasn't. It just so happens that he lost the match as well. And it turns out by losing that last leg and Harrison getting those points, that's one of the reasons why he's on 8 and the other one's on 4.
Yeah, let's have a look at the table then following the first day's play. And as you can see, Andreas Haddison joins Matt Denner at the top of the table on 8 points. And that was after, it has to be said, a very slow start.
Very. I mean, you think about the lowest performance of the day. It came from Andreas in game 1. And after that, he turned into a very different beast. The difference between game 1 and game 2 was fantastic for him because it was a hiking of performance by about 20%. And that's not the kind of percentage that we talk about when we come to improvement. So well done. He fixed whatever went wrong in the first game. And from then on, he was a very different competitor.
Most certainly. Well, day 1 is done and dusted here at the Super Series at Champions Week. It's that much fun. I think we're going to do it again tomorrow, aren't we?
I'll be here.
I'll be here as well. Hope you can join us. We're going to be live from 9:30. We're going to be on the YouTube channel tomorrow, so do join us there. And don't forget as well to drop us a little bit of a subscribe because there's plenty of bonus content available there. There you go. I've got my £10 commission in for the day.
It's Halloween as well, so...
Oh, have I not told you about the potential attire?
Oh, I'm going to be just like this. All professional, Tuesday, Halloween. Don't miss it.
Right. On that note, I shall see you in the morning. I'll see you in the morning on the YouTube channel. But as far as day 1 is concerned, yep, it's that age-old quote that we always like to use here at the Super Series. The scholar is top of the class.